When I claim that there was a worldwide flood, I get laughed at. I get laughed at. I get laughed at. But this planet is covered 3/4 in water. If the planet flooded, like the Bible says, the Grand Canyon could have been formed in about 5 minutes.
This is a geographical map of the United States. This is the Grand Canyon. The Grand Canyon is about 300 miles long. In order to travel from one end of the canyon to the other in 5 minutes, it is required that you would be traveling at about 5 to 6 times the speed of sound.
The Grand Canyon could have been formed in about 5 minutes. I get laughed at in about 5 minutes. I get laughed at. Scientists have been desperately trying to find water on other planets. However, the search is futile.
Well, not really. There was the Mars Global Surveyor probe, which has found evidence that water has been flowing on Mars within the last 5 years. Then, of course, there's the Mars Express probe, which has taken pictures of water ice on Mars and revealed massive deposits of water ice under the Martian poles. Then there's the Cassini-Huygens probe that has taken pictures of water ice on Titan. 3 of the 4 large Jovian moons are composed mostly of water. It is likely that Europa has oceans under the frozen surface created by tidal heating from Jupiter, similarly with Ganymede and Callisto. Almost all the moons of Saturn, Uranus and Neptune are ice balls too, as are most of the comets. It's difficult to contrive that anyone could make a more uneducated statement on the status of water in the solar system than...
Scientists have been desperately trying to find water on other planets. However, the search is futile. Yet this planet, this amazing planet, just so happens to have, 100% of the water in the whole solar system.
Well, let's ignore for the moment the water on Mars, the gas giants. Let's ignore the water on the moons of Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus and Neptune. Let's ignore all the Kuiper Belt objects such as Pluto, Sedna, and of course all the comets.
Here's an interesting thing about water. Where did it all come from? We can't find like a speck of H2O in outer space.
Is there still no water in the universe? Bollocks. Water is the second most common molecule in the universe. The reason for this is simple. The elemental composition of the universe by atom percent is about 92% hydrogen, 8% helium. The third most common element in the universe is oxygen, and there's less than 1 atom percent of it. Helium, of course, doesn't form any compounds, so the most common molecule in the universe is hydrogen, H2. The second most common molecule in the universe is H2O, water.
I get laughed at.
There is a small zone around every star called the habitable zone, where liquid water is possible. Our Earth happens to be in a perfectly spherical orbit around our star.
Perfectly spherical orbit around our star.
The Earth's orbit is not a perfect sphere. It's not a sphere. It's not even a circle. The Earth's orbit around the Sun, like all planetary orbits, is elliptical. And this has been known for about 400 years.
I get laughed at.
However, if the Earth was a mere 5% closer to our Sun, we would cook like Venus. Now, if our Earth was a few percent away from our Sun...
By a few percent, you failed to mention that this is 37%. This is about 50 billion meters, almost out as far as Mars.
I get laughed at.
The Grand Canyon could have been formed in about 5 minutes. Yet this planet, this amazing planet, just so happens to have, 100% of the water in the whole solar system. We can't find like a speck of H2O in outer space. Our Earth happens to be in a perfectly spherical orbit around our star. Let's talk about chemical evolution. In laboratory science, it is proven that hydrogen cannot turn into another element, so we already know that chemical evolution is impossible.
Actually, the Sun is powered by hydrogen being converted into higher elements by a process called fusion. It's the energy released from this fusion that heats and lights the Earth. However, the creationist may well argue that no one has actually ever been to the sun.
I'm burning to death! Ugh, you know how much an apartment that big would cost on the sun?
So let's discount the sun for the moment. Here on Earth, there are numerous groups working on laser fusion where hydrogen is converted into higher elements. Then of course there's the International Thermonuclear Experimental Reactor, currently being built in France, which is designed to harness the energy released from the fusion of hydrogen into helium. However, even if a creationist were to ignore all of these examples by which hydrogen is converted into higher elements, there are more graphic examples of fusion.
It is proven that hydrogen cannot turn into another element. Hydrogen cannot turn into another element, which we've proven to be impossible. Here's a fun fact. Because the moon can eclipse the sun so perfectly, we can measure the constituency of the sun, the materials and elements on its surface, by observing the pinkish arc of the chromosphere at the moment of totality.
Here's a fun fact. The only reason we cannot observe the elements on the surface of the sun all the time is because we live under an atmosphere. Without this, you could make exactly the same observations you can during an eclipse simply by putting your finger over the body of the sun. Here's a fun fact. If we could actually see in the H-alpha wavelength, we would be able to directly observe the dynamic behavior of the surface of the sun. Here's a fun fact. Have you ever wondered why there isn't an eclipse every time the moon orbits the Earth? Well, it's simple. The angle between the plane in which the moon orbits the Earth to the plane in which the Earth orbits the sun is about 5 degrees. Practically, this means that a total solar eclipse can only happen at 2 times of the year. In a different geometrical arrangement, such as say for instance the moons of Jupiter, an eclipse is observed every time the moon goes around the planet.
The moon fits over the sun so perfectly that it makes it possible to observe the surface of the sun. Otherwise, this would be impossible. If the moon was too big or too small, it would be impossible. Because of our vantage point from the Earth, the moon fits perfectly over the sun, the chances of which are 1 in a trillion.
What a crock of shit. The distance between the Earth and the Moon varies by about 10%, between about 360 and 410 million meters. This practically means that the angular size of the Moon can vary by about 10%. As a direct result of this, about 60% of non-partial eclipses, the Moon is too small to completely cover the Sun, and an annular eclipse is observed. In the remaining 40%, the Moon is too large, and a total solar eclipse is observed. All that is required to observe the outer layers of the Sun is for the Moon to be angularly bigger than the Sun. Further, it's completely bogus to call this perfect, for the simple reason that the Moon does not have a smooth surface. This causes an effect known as Bailey's beads, where the Sun shines through the valleys of the surface of the Moon.
Well, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I know how the planet was formed, because I don't. The Bible says God made the heavens and the earth in 6 days.
Is that the same Bible that allows you to make the statement that
The moon fits perfectly over the sun, the chances of which are 1 in a trillion.
You see, this is the thing I'm always curious about when creationists assess probabilities. In order to make a statement on the probability of the Moon perfectly covering the Sun, ignoring for the moment the fact that it doesn't, you would need to have a solid understanding of the mechanisms and the dynamics of the formation of the solar system and the planets. And yet...
Now, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I know how the stars or the planet was formed, because I have no idea. Clearly this is pure imagination, yet it's in a science textbook. Ridiculous, right? So if there is pure imagination sneaking into the textbooks, how can you trust what it says? Let's keep going. The conservation of angular momentum, we're going to talk about it, shows that if some...
What, you mean the conservation of angular momentum that's in all the textbooks which only moments ago you described as containing complete imagination and as ridiculous?
The moon fits over the sun so perfectly that it makes it possible to observe the surface of the sun. In laboratory science, it is proven that hydrogen cannot turn into another element, so we already know that chemical evolution is impossible, and the chances of which are 1 in a trillion.
I'm going to give you the order of events that I think happened, and then go back and kind of review each of them just a little bit to try to put it into perspective of what happened to cause the flood. Noah and the animals went safely onto the ark. God shut the door, sealed them in. I think a 300 below zero Fahrenheit ice meteor came flying through the solar system and began to break apart. Fragments of this meteor hit the planets and caused the craters on the moon and other planets. And a bunch of it came and made the rings around the other planets. Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune all have ice rings around them. And some of the fragments of this meteor hit the Earth, landing on mostly the North and South Pole, freezing the mammoths standing up. As this meteor came flying in and breaking apart in space, the fragments would tend to be dumped largely around the poles because of the Earth's magnetic field. So the Earth had these massive cold spots.
Massive cold spots, eh? Well, in order to understand why this is bullshit, it's necessary to understand the general orders of magnitude of the solar system. The Earth is a gravitational well. In order to escape from that well, it's necessary to have a certain amount of energy. This is usually expressed as an escape velocity, the speed at which you need to throw an unpowered object for it to escape from the gravitational well of the Earth. For the Earth, this is about 10 kilometers per second. This is also the velocity that an object falling from infinity to the Earth's surface will gain. So if an object falls from infinity to the Earth's surface, it'll hit it at about 10 kilometers per second. However, the Earth is only a bit player in the gravitational profile of the solar system. Shown in black is the potential felt by a unit mass in the solar system, while in red is shown how much of this potential is due to the Sun. If we zoom out, we find that it takes much more energy to escape from the Sun than from the Earth. Similarly, an object falling into the solar system, such as the comet the Creationist mentions, will gain a lot of energy. As it turns out, an object falling into the Sun's gravitational well will be travelling at about 30 kilometers per second by the time it reaches the Earth, which is also about the orbital velocity of the Earth. So let's take a unit mass and collide it with the Earth at cometary speed. It turns out that enough energy is released to raise the heat of that unit mass by 10,000 degrees Celsius. Now when you're talking about raising the temperature of an object by 10,000 degrees Celsius, it really doesn't matter if you start from absolute zero, that's about 300 degrees below freezing, or if you're working in Celsius or Fahrenheit. The one thing that's absolutely certain is such an impact wouldn't freeze the mammoths where they stood, it would vaporize them. Now let's assess the amount of energy that would be released by such an impact. This girl sits in a cubic meter. A cubic meter of water weighs about a ton. Recently, the Deep Impact probe dropped an impactor weighing about a third of a ton into the comet. The impactor struck the comet at about 10 kilometers per second and released the equivalent energy of about 4.5 tons of TNT. Now if a cubic meter of water hits the Earth at cometary speed, 30 kilometers per second, that will release enough energy to raise the temperature of that water to 10,000 degrees Celsius. That's an equivalent release of energy to 100 tons of TNT.
To be dumped largely around the poles because of the Earth's magnetic field. So the Earth had these massive cold spots.
We've already shown that the massive cold spots would be about 10,000 degrees Celsius. But let's now say the comet size here was a mere 200 by 200 by 200 kilometers, much smaller than that shown in our creationist animation. How much energy would such an impact release? Well, it's difficult to convey such numbers in a meaningful fashion. This is about a 4 megaton thermonuclear device. A 200 by 200 by 200 kilometer ice ball colliding with the Earth at cometary speed would release the equivalent energy of 30 such nuclear devices for each of the 6 billion people who currently live on this planet. It doesn't make any difference if the comet arrives in one piece or as fragments. It will still deliver exactly the same amount of energy. That's 30 4-megaton devices for each of the 6 billion people who currently live on the planet. If Noah really was on that ark, water would have been the least of his problems.
Fragments of this meteor hit the planets, landing on mostly the North and South Pole, freezing the mammoths standing up. These scoffers are willingly ignorant. That means dumb on purpose. You say, come on, is it possible to cover the Earth with water? Well, theoretically, one drop of world will cover the water. One drop of water will cover the world, if you spread it real thin.
This is arguably one of the most stupid statements I've ever heard, and it would be trivial for anyone who has passed even a high school science class to demonstrate this. The minimum amount of water you need to cover the Earth is a monolayer. After this, all you need to know is the surface area of the Earth, which you can get just by typing surface area of the Earth into Google, and the area occupied by a water molecule, which you can estimate just from typing dimensions of a water molecule into Google. After that, it's simply a matter of dividing one by the other. Divide the surface area of the Earth, which is about 5 times 10 to the power of 34 square angstroms, by the surface area of a water molecule, about 10 square angstroms, and you get the number of water molecules required for a monolayer. Avogadro's number and the molecular mass of water later, you find that in order to coat the Earth with a monolayer of water, you need about 150,000 tons of water. That's about a trillionth of the water on the Earth. Now compare this value, 150,000 tons, to Hovind's statement that you only need about 1 drop of water. It's about 20 milligrams to cover the Earth. This means that Hovind was wrong on his calculations by a factor of about 1 trillion. That's a 1 with 12 zeros after it. I don't think I have ever seen anyone get an error of 1 trillion before. That's the same error as stating the distance from the Earth to the Moon, whose actual distance is about 400 million meters, is less than 1 millimeter. It's about the thickness of your big toenail. That's the same error as stating the number of stars in our galaxy, which is about 500 million, is less than 1. That's the same error as stating the age of the universe, which is about 15 billion years, is less than 1 week. That's the same error as stating the tax Hovind owed, which is about $1 million, was about 1/1,000,000th of a cent, which probably goes a long way to explaining why Kent Hovind is currently serving 10 years in jail for tax fraud. The calculation is trivial to do, and I would expect anyone who has even a high school education to be able to perform such a calculation. Yet Mr. Hovind claims to have taught high school science 15 years and to have a PhD. Evidently, Kent Hovind's academic definition of what a PhD is and what teaching science entails are some bizarre usage that neither I nor any other English speaker have come across.
You say, come on, is it possible to cover the Earth with water? Well, theoretically, 1 drop of world will cover the water. 1 drop of water will cover the world, if you spread it real thin. Feel free to use our materials. These scoffers are willingly ignorant. That means dumb on purpose. Pre-flood, things were different. I think there was a canopy of water that increased air pressure, which would make animals grow much larger. The Bible says the water above the atmosphere. It's mentioned several times in the Bible.
So, the first thing we notice is the Hovind theory isn't actually a theory. It's not even a hypothesis. It's not even a coherent idea. In the first instance, the Hovind theory is that water is in contact with and pushing on the atmosphere, while in the second, it's above the atmosphere and not in contact with it. Now, both of these suggestions are demonstrably stupid, and like most of Hovind's
Willingly ignorant.
and
Dumb on purpose.
ideas, it's trivial to prove it. The first thing to be said is that the Earth and the solar system are essentially constructs of gravity. All the planets are spheres which are largely filtered by gravity. For instance, look at the Earth. The heavy elements, iron, sulfur, on the inside, and as you move to the outside you get to the less dense structures such as silicates, which contain lots of the lighter element, oxygen. Then on the surface you get the really light stuff, water. That's the hydrogen compound of oxygen, and of course the gas atmosphere. The one thing that us surface dwellers figure out pretty quick is that great slabs of water do not float in the air. These are not observed as they are simply not gravitationally viable. Now let's let the creationist destroy his own argument.
I don't have a clue what the numbers were, but let's just pick a few for sake of argument. Suppose there was a layer of ice 10 or 20 or 30 inches thick above the atmosphere, and then a layer of air, 10 or 15 miles of air to breathe, and then a layer of rocks and dirt to stand on, the crust of the earth, maybe 10 miles.
Now I'm going to suspend my knowledge of the functioning of the universe for a second and accept that a magical ice shield was poofed into existence on top of the atmosphere. Firstly, it should be recognized that the Hovind ice shield wouldn't survive the first day simply as barometric pressure changes, which take place over hundreds of miles, would fracture the Hovind ice shield, which is only about 3 feet thick, due to stress. This would call it to fall to Earth, killing almost everything on the surface of the planet. Secondly, of course, it doesn't matter whether you're in orbit at the equator or on the surface of the equator. You will receive the same energy per unit area. Put simply, ice would survive above the atmosphere at the equator for about as long as it would survive in the desert. Now the sun supplies enough energy to melt about half a meter of ice per day at the equator. Hovind's ice shield would have melted and fallen to Earth within the first day. Clearly this is inconsistent with Hovind's statement that the ice shield was there for over 2,000 years. So, do you want a second go, Mr. Hovind?
Now, if the Bible is right, and the earth had a canopy of water overhead, like the Bible, I think, clearly teaches in 2 Peter 3 and in Genesis 1, 6, and 7, this canopy of water would filter out quite a bit of radiation.
Okay, now this picture has serious problems with it. It is first necessary to explain the orders of magnitude of the Earth. There is about 6,000 kilometers of planet, followed by about 5 kilometers of water, that's about the size of the arrowhead, followed by about 100 kilometers of atmosphere, that's about the thickness of the red line. On this scale, Hovind's ice shield is about 800 kilometers thick and is at an orbit of about 1,000 kilometers. Now these numbers are congruent with the expected melting rates of such a canopy. If we assume half a meter melts per day, then for an ice canopy to survive 2,000 years, it would need to be about 1,000 kilometers thick. Now, as Hovind states,
this canopy of water would filter out quite a bit of radiation.
Yep, that amount of ice would filter out a lot of radiation. In fact, it would filter out all of it. Ice is about the same optical density as water. After the first 1,000 meters, you reach a point called the midnight zone, where no light penetrates. So not only would this ice shield block out all light from the surface of the Earth, it wouldn't affect the atmospheric pressure at all, simply because it's not in contact with the atmosphere. Now comes the second problem. Is such an ice shield even consistent with the laws of physics? Now this must be ice, simply as if it were not ice and were liquid water in orbit, the frictional heating of water travelling at orbital velocities, that's about 5 kilometers per second, on different orbital paths, or great circles of course, would simply heat the water to incandescence and cause it to fall to Earth, sterilizing every living thing on Earth within hours. However, if we assume that it were physically viable for such a structure to exist, what would happen if it were to fall to Earth? Firstly, of course, there's the heating aspect. Objects falling about 1,000 kilometers will heat up between 1 and 5,000 degrees upon hitting the ground. Clearly, the mere collapse of the canopy would sterilise every living thing on the planet. Secondly, an ice canopy of the thickness suggested by Hovin would not merely coat the Earth, it would drown it. Currently, the tallest mountains on Earth are about 10 kilometres. If Hovin's ice shield did melt and fall to Earth, we would never see the land again. But just for fun, let's take a look at what would happen if we mixed the two contradictory ideas of the Hovin theory. What if there were 800 kilometres of ice sitting on the atmosphere? Well, first it would compress the atmosphere such that it would be about 1 metre thick. It's about 3 feet. If we ignore the fact that at this pressure the atmosphere would liquefy, Noah and every other living creature on Earth would have vast amounts of gas dissolved in their blood. Basically, this means that on the collapse of the canopy, this is what would happen to Noah and every other living thing on the planet. Indeed, even if there were merely enough water to cover Everest, a mere 10 kilometres or so, the effect would be indistinguishable.
Pre-flood, things were different. I think there was a canopy of water that increased air pressure, which would make animals grow much larger. The Bible says the water above the atmosphere, because it's mentioned several times in the Bible. Now, if the Bible is right, and the earth had a canopy of water overhead, like the Bible, I think, clearly teaches in 2 Peter 3 and in Genesis 1, 6, and 7, this canopy of water would filter out quite a bit of radiation. At our ministry, we produce a lot of videotapes. We've made over 1 million videos now in 6 languages. They're not copyrighted. We encourage you to get our stuff and spread it around. Many folks don't realize, though, we're getting x-rayed by the sun right now. The sun's x-rays are coming right through that roof, right through your body, and blowing you full of holes inside the building. Except on cloudy days, because water stops x-rays.
No. Actually, clouds are about as effective as stopping X-rays as tissue paper is at stopping artillery shells. The young Earth creationist displaying the jaw-dropping stupidity and world-class ignorance is the convicted fraudster Kent Hovind. This man claims to have taught high school science for 15 years and to have a PhD, simply have no credibility given his utter lack of knowledge of even the most rudimentary scientific principles.
Except on cloudy days, because water stops X-rays.
X-ray absorption takes place in the electrons of the atoms. To a reasonable approximation, all atoms are about the same size, so an atom's ability to absorb X-rays essentially scales with the number of electrons, or atomic number, of that nucleus. Light elements such as hydrogen and oxygen, the elemental components of water, are lousy at absorbing X-rays compared to the heavy nuclei such as lead, gold, mercury, etc. The second factor that needs to be considered is the number of nuclei in the X-ray's path. Solids and liquids typically have number densities, that's the number of nuclei per unit volume, about 1,000 times higher than those of gases. This is why when dealing with X-rays, shielding usually comes in the form of solid lead bricks, because they have a high number density of a high Z nuclei. No sane man would trust to the low Z nuclei of water and the low number density of a water aerosol for X-ray shielding. But let us just look how stupid Hovind's suggestion is that you get a reduced X-ray exposure on cloudy days. Atmospheric pressure corresponds to about 1 metre of mercury, or 10 metres of water. To a first degree approximation, both of these provide approximately the same degree of X-ray shielding. Now a thundercloud can hold up to about 4 inches, that's about 10 centimetres of water. This means that when standing under the biggest rain cloud, you have about a 10.1 metre equivalent of water shielding, compared to about 10 metres on a sunny day. Your cosmic radiation dose is reduced by about 1%. Hovind's ignorance can be further highlighted by putting this in the context of the background radiation we're exposed to every day of our lives. Cosmic radiation, most of which comes from the sun, supplies about 10% of the background radiation. This means that your exposure to the background radiation is reduced by about 1 part in 1,000 when you are under a large rain cloud.
And your skin feels the full force of those X-rays. You're getting blasted with millions of holes all day long, every day of your life.
Your body has to fix the damage. No big deal. You do it all the time. You don't even think about it. But after 50 or 60 or 70 years, everybody around you starts to notice you are losing the battle for damage control. Your skin begins to wrinkle up.
Oh, you have got to be kidding me. Creationists think that aging is caused by X-ray damage. Even if we hadn't known the cause of aging for over 30 years, it must be clear to even the most menial of intelligence that this statement is bullshit. For instance, the giant tortoise is exposed to the same background radiation we are, yet they can live for more than 200 years. And aren't the trees under the same X-rays as well? Yet the bristlecone pine can live up to about 5,000 years. And under the waves, some of the shellfish can live up to about 400 years, while the pygmy goby has an average lifespan of a mere 2 months. The source of aging has been known for at least 3 decades and is related to the telomere, a DNA sequence at the end of the chromosomes that shortens each time the cell reproduces. This is, for want of a better word, the clock of aging. Aging has essentially nothing to do with X-ray exposure.
The sun's X-rays are coming right through that roof, right through your body, and blowing you full of holes inside the building. Except on cloudy days, because water stops X-rays. You're getting blasted with millions of holes all day long, every day of your life. Your body has to fix the damage. No big deal. You do it all the time. You don't even think about it. But after 50 or 60 or 70 years, everybody around you starts to notice you are losing the battle for damage control.
At our ministry, we produce a lot of videotapes. We've made over 1 million videos now in 6 languages. They're not copyrighted. We encourage you to get our stuff and spread it around.
See, evolution says we started off tiny and we're getting bigger and better and stronger and smarter.
Ugh, another creationist who doesn't understand that evolution doesn't make you better by the criterion you judge to be good, whether that be size, strength, intelligence, etc., but simply allows organisms to become better suited to their environment. This frequently involves communal activity.
See, evolution says we started off tiny and we're getting bigger and better and stronger and smarter. I think the Bible indicates we started off bigger and we're getting smaller and weaker and dumber.
Oh dear. Actually, the thing that has most revolutionized civilization is knowledge. Since the birth of modern science, the effect on society can be most dramatically seen in the average lifespan.
Now, it's true in the last 100 years there's been an increase of about 6 inches in average height, only in industrialized countries. And that's because of increased nutrition, food supply, better sanitation.
Are you familiar with the old robot saying, does not compute?
So he says that we are getting weaker and dumber, as the Bible says, and yet we have discovered inventions such as sanitation and modern farming which were evidently beyond the ability of our stronger and smarter biblical forefathers. The following 3 clips are all taken from the same creationist video.
I think things were a little bigger before the flood. Much bigger, actually. Carl Baugh in Texas is raising piranha in a pressurized chamber with increased electromagnetic field, trying to simulate pre-flood conditions. His fish are getting 4 times the size of normal. You can buy these at the pet store today. It's called a Jackson chameleon. Got 3 horns on his face. I bet something similar to that, if you let it live 900 years, it'd get to be a triceratops. Now, I don't think today's lizards would grow to be dinosaurs if you let them live long enough. I think there's been any more than, you could take all the Chihuahuas today and crossbreed them and end up with a Great Dane. I think it's just the genes for largeness are gone for whatever reason. Pre-flood conditions, his fish are getting 4 times the size of normal. The genes for largeness are gone for whatever reason.
That does not compute.
Now, I don't want you to go home and say there's billions of dinosaurs roaming the world and you need to be careful when you go to the mall. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is there's a few places where there's still a few been spotted here lately. The genes for largeness are gone for whatever reason.
That does not compute. That does not compute.
That does not compute. That does not compute. That does not compute. That does not compute. That does not compute.
This creationist is now speculating how he thinks hunter-gatherers function.
During that time, people would wander around following herds of animals, and you don't want to carry a pile of rocks with you. So you wait till you catch up with the herd, and then you make your tools right on the spot. You kill the animals and leave the tools behind.
Okay, Mr. Creationist, there's the herd of animals. Now, where's your flint for making the tools? Where's the trees for making the spears? Where's the bulrushes for making your arrows? Evidently, even in hunter-gatherer communities, creationists wouldn't survive without the smarter elements of the tribe. It takes skill and the right material to make rock tools. You can't just pick up a rock and make a tool from it. There is considerable time invested in finding the right materials and making the rock tools. You certainly don't throw them away.
So you wait till you catch up with the herd, and then you make your tools right on the spot. I think the Bible indicates we started off bigger and we're getting smaller and weaker and dumber. You can buy these at the pet store today. It's called a Jackson chameleon. Got 3 horns on his face. I bet something similar to that, if you let it live 900 years, it'd get to be a triceratops.
The chances of such an arrangement of DNA arising by sheer chance are 4 to the 250,000th power, and that's generous.
To think that it just accidentally got that way.
Evolution tells us we're just an accident, the result of random chance.
The complexity of living systems could never evolve by chance.
That the probability that a protein containing just 100 amino acids would form spontaneously is less than 1 chance in 10 to the 65th power. An event so improbable that it could be compared to winning the state lottery by finding the winning ticket in the street, and then continuing to find the winning ticket in the street every week for 1,000 years.
The bogus probability calculation. The best friend of the creationist trying to convince the uneducated that it's too improbable to happen, so God must have done it. Well, let's take a look at some probabilities, shall we? Let's take a 10 by 10 grid and 100 specific objects to place in that grid. The probability of placing the first object in the first specific location is 1 in 100. The probability of placing the next object in the next specific location is 1 in 99. So the probability of placing both objects in both specific locations is about 1 in 10,000. Similarly, the probability of placing the next object in the next specific location is 1 in 98. So the probability of placing the first 3 objects in the first 3 specific locations is about 1 in a million. Similarly, the probability of placing the first 4 objects in the first 4 specific locations is about 1 in 100 million. The probability of placing all the balls in all the correct specific locations is about 1 in 10 to the power of 157. An event so improbable that
it could be compared to winning the state lottery by finding the winning ticket in the street, and then continuing to find the winning ticket in the street every week for
1,000,000 years. So why do I mention this? Well, let's take a look at a random pebble. It contains about 1 billion atoms, each in a specific location. Well, what's the probability of this happening
by sheer chance
or just an accident?
Well, to give you some perspective on this, merely to place the first atom in this first specific location is about 1 in a billion. A chance so remote that if I were to give you 1,000,000 chances per second, it would on average take you about 3,000 billion years to place the first atom. That's about 100 times the age of the universe. Now, this isn't the probability of getting all the atoms in the right location to begin with. This is the probability of actually giving these atoms what are the chances of having them in this specific configuration. So what does this calculation show? That pebbles are infinitely improbable, so God must have made them? Well, no. Actually, this is a field of chemistry known as statistical thermodynamics. Any configuration is almost infinitely improbable. However, ultimately, no matter how improbable, the system must exist in a state. In this sense, the creationist probability calculation is utterly pointless. All they have done is calculate the probability of a single state. The populations of states explored by a system are not governed by chance, but by chemistry, essentially the electromagnetic force. This too is a factor the creationists simply do not take account of. It's like dropping a ball and asking, what are the chances of the ball falling randomly in a specific direction? Again, it's trivial to show that the chances of a ball falling repeatedly in a constant direction are essentially infinitely improbable. However, ultimately, the direction a ball falls in is not governed by chance or by accident, but by the gravitational force. Just as the population of states explored in the chemical system is not governed by chance or by accident, but by the electromagnetic force.
The result of random chance.
Systems could never evolve by chance.
To think that it just accidentally got that way.
Listen to what two of the greatest scientific minds in history said about the design and creation. Sir Isaac Newton. The most beautiful system of the sun, the planets, and comets could only proceed from the counsel and dominion of an intelligent and powerful being. Albert Einstein. He said, in the view of such harmony in the cosmos, which I, with my limited human mind, am able to recognize, there are yet people who say there's no God.
Quote mining, another favourite ploy of the creationists, using partial or misleading quotes from real scientists in the hope that some of their academic credibility will rub off on them. It's trivial to do. For instance, these are the words of the devoted creationist Kirk Cameron and his partner Ray Comfort.
You guys who believe in God are idiots. You're small-minded people who are unintelligent. You don't think.
There's no God.
I'd rather go to hell than to believe in a megalomaniac like God.
This is the worst kind of deceit, worse in many ways than actually lying, in that it is specifically designed to intentionally mislead people by either misquoting people or misrepresenting academic discourse, which is essential to the progression of science, as a weakness of a theory. It is also very noticeable that these creationists plead with you to accept their views. In academic circles, this would be instantly interpreted as a man with no case to present, which is why he resorts to such snake oil salesman-style techniques. In academic lectures on research science, it is taken that any argument presented stands on its merits. The lecturer is expected to present his case clearly, but any attempt to suggest that his argument should be accepted based on the pleading or scoffing of the lecturer will be instantly greeted with academic skepticism. This sort of thing might fly in the pulpit and in political forums, but it has no place in the academic arena.
You know, if the Coca-Cola can was made, there must be a maker. When I look at a painting, how can I know there was a painter? Well, the painting is absolute 100% scientific proof there was a painter. Well, the building is absolute 100% scientific proof there was a builder.
Yeah, tell it, brother. Just like rocks are 100% absolute proof of a rock-making god. Just like sunsets is 100% absolute scientific proof of a sunset-making factory. Yeah, just like a nearly perfectly spherical Mars is 100% absolute proof that there is a Mars maker. Oh yeah, that's right, I remember now. The reason we don't think that sunsets are made by a sunset-making god is because we understand the origin of sunsets. We can still say that God did it, it's just that that doesn't advance our understanding of the world any, and it's a path that leads to an intellectual dead end.
If it's designed, there must be a designer.
This statement is of course tautological, but the question is, how can you recognize design? For instance, crystals are among the most ordered objects in the universe, yet we do not instantly reach for a crystal-making god to try and explain the existence of these highly ordered structures. Again, the reason that we do not reach for a God to explain these structures is because we have a perfectly satisfactory naturalistic explanation of the origin of crystals. There is nothing wrong with a tautological statement that designed objects are designed. There is nothing wrong with a statement that paintings, etc., are designed, simply as they have no plausible naturalistic explanation for their origin. However, there is a naturalistic explanation for life. It's called evolution. And before all the creationists start coming out with their unfounded tosh about how it's never been observed and so on, it's more than observed. The principle of evolution is used by the likes of engineers to design aerodynamic bodies. A sort of design without a designer. Indeed, even I myself have written such pieces of code. All you need is reproduction with variation and environmental attrition, and evolution intrinsically follows. This is not just some animation, but the front end of an evolutionary algorithm, where the bugs are actually evolving to the environment. But let's just highlight the logical flaws of this typical creation argument that designed objects such as paintings, buildings, etc. require a designer. Life looks designed, so it must have a designer. Let me parody this creationist logic. Let me take a load of pebbles and see if any of them perfectly fit a shot glass. The answer is no. Indeed, I could keep on trying to get pebbles to fit this shot glass in perpetuity and never find one that fits it perfectly. Indeed, I could happily conclude that the only way for a pebble to fit the shot glass perfectly is if it were designed to fit the shot glass. Liquids, however, fit the shot glass perfectly every time. So, by the creationist logic, the liquid must be designed to fit the glass. Now, the reason this argument is bogus, of course, is simply because the two objects being compared have different critical properties. In my case, I am comparing deformable matter such as liquids to solids, and drawing the bogus conclusion that liquids must be designed to fit the glass. In the creationist case, they are comparing objects that are known to be manufactured with objects that can evolve. That is, objects that suffer environmental attrition and reproduction with variation, and then drawing the bogus conclusion that life must be designed.
When I look at this building, how do I know there was a builder? You can't see him, hear him, touch him, taste him, or smell him. I mean, what evidence is there was a builder?
Yeah, that's right. You know there was a builder because you can see him, hear him, touch him, taste him, and smell him. Although few builders will allow it to go that far. But even if you couldn't see him, hear him, touch him, taste him, or smell him, you can watch builders building buildings all the time. And even if you couldn't do that, you could go down to the planning department and get the blueprints for the building, and get the date the building was erected on and how it was made.
When I look at this building, how do I know there was a builder? You can't see him, hear him, touch him, taste him, or smell him. I mean, what evidence is there was a builder?
If the universe looks like it's fine-tuned for complex life, maybe there's a fine-tuner. Maybe it was fine-tuned for life.
If you didn't have the electromagnetic force, you would have no bonding between chemicals. You would have no light, and the list goes on. So you need all these sorts of fundamental principles have to be in place in order for life to occur. Wipe out one of those principles, wipe out one of those laws, no life.
Okay, so he's saying that there's only one unique way for life to exist. This, of course, is purely speculative creationist tosh. To demonstrate this point, I'm going to go to the microscopic level of molecular dynamics. Shown is a molecular dynamics simulation of the bee-sting protein called melatonin. These simulations are routinely used and are very useful for the interpretation of experimental results and the predictions of microscopic behaviors of such systems. It's a well-established and mature field of chemistry. There's just one thing. There is no gravity whatsoever in these calculations, nor is there any gravity whatsoever in the more detailed quantum mechanical calculations. Gravity is about 1,000 billion 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 times weaker than the electromagnetic force. it's an irrelevant factor in the molecular forces which determine molecular dynamics, which is why you can leave it out of the equation altogether. It's also notable that life is remarkably robust to the absence of gravitational fields, functioning almost as well on the Earth as it does in microgravity. Put simply, there is no reason whatsoever why you couldn't get life functioning perfectly happily in a universe with no gravity. There are just 4 forces that we are aware of. That's gravity, the strong, the weak, and the electromagnetic force. Now, I've just shown that gravity is not necessary for the functioning of life. Further, a recent paper has suggested that a universe without the weak force would look largely indistinguishable from our current universe. So half of the forces that we know about are not essential for the functioning of life. So much for the creationist statement that everything needs to be perfect for life to function. But now let's move on to the simple deceit of creationists.
One example of this fine-tuning is the force of gravity.
Imagine a ruler divided up into 1-inch increments and then stretched across the entire universe, a distance of some 14 billion light years. For the purposes of illustration, the ruler represents the possible range for gravity.
Yep, you always need dramatic music if you're going to play God and choose a new gravitational force constant for the universe. However, if you want to play God, as the creationist seems intent on doing, then the limits for the gravitational constant are 0 and infinity. However, you cannot put an infinite number of finite-sized inch strips together in a finite distance. It's impossible by definition. Like, say, for instance, a square with 5 sides. What the guy is describing is simply mathematically impossible.
In other words, the setting for the strength of gravity could have been anywhere along the ruler, but it just happens to be situated in exactly the right place so that life is possible. Now, if you were to change the force of gravity by moving the setting just 1 inch compared to the entire width of the universe, the effect on life would be catastrophic.
Well, in fairness, the animation was neat and the music was fine. However, it's still pointlessly speculative mathematical nonsense. The creationist is demonstrating that he doesn't understand mathematics is Lee Strobel, author of such books as The Case for Christ, The Case for Faith, and The Case for Our Creator. The title of these books and his gesturing are unsurprising given that Strobel's highest degree was not in physics, chemistry, biology, mathematics, or any other scientific discipline for that matter, but law. Yep, that's right, the creationist fielding the case for creation is a lawyer. Now at this point an inquiring mind will be asking, what is a lawyer doing making predictions about diddling with the fundamental force constants of the universe when he has no real scientific understanding of the one he currently lives in? In this sense, Strobel's mathematically impossible speculation on the gravitational constant has about as much academic credibility as a burger flipper lecturing a brain surgeon on cerebral aneurysms. The principal difference between lawyers and scientists is that scientists gain their reputation, or track record, based on what they can establish from the physical evidence and logical deduction. However, for lawyers, truth is an irrelevance, as the criterion that determines a successful lawyer is their ability to present a successful case, not their ability to establish truth. Although obviously it helps for those who harbour a conscience if the two coincide once in a while.
You want answers? I think I'm entitled. You want answers? I want the truth! You can't handle the truth!
But let's take another look at this case for a fine-tuned universe. There's about 75 cubic kilometers of life on Earth, while the volume of the Earth is approximately 1 trillion cubic kilometers. That means that by volume the Earth is approximately 1/1000,000,000% life. For me, this device is an example of fine-tuning. For this object, each of the 1,000 billion atoms are fine-tuned, for the purpose of human transport. Now if you found a rock of comparable size and found a fleck of iron in it the size of a pinhead, that's approximately the equivalent volume fraction of life on Earth, would you conclude that the rock was fine-tuned for the purpose of being a car? So why would you conclude that the Earth is fine-tuned for the purpose of life? However, it's better than that, as the creationists in this video go on to argue that we are the only life in the Milky Way. Fantastic! The volume between us and the nearest galaxy is about 5 times 10 to the power of 58 cubic kilometers. That means that the creationists are happy to argue that something where you find one part in 10 to the power of 58 that works means that that object is fine-tuned for that purpose. Now, for the creationists to call this a fine-tuned universe for the purpose of life is like taking 1 billion Earths and finding a single iron atom on one of those Earths, and then concluding that these billion Earths are fine-tuned for a purpose. In summary, it is deeply unconvincing to try and argue that a universe which has essentially no life in it is fine-tuned for the purpose of life.
Wipe out one of those laws. No life.
Maybe there's a fine-tuner. Maybe it was fine-tuned for life.
Jesus spoke about a second death. There are 2 types of death. Mortal death, which is when our soul is separated from our body, and spiritual death, which is when our soul is separated from God. Adam and Eve had their souls separated from God the day they ate from the forbidden fruit. That's why God kicked them out of the garden. Now, that is also why we are born spiritually dead in our sins. You are dead in your sins, and that's why Jesus said you have to be born again right now by repenting of sin and putting your faith in Jesus Christ. You will then be born again of the Spirit of God and be able to remain with God forever. If you don't do that now, during this life, you will remain separated from God forever.
This is great stuff. I could make a career out of this guy. You see how clever this part is? How it doesn't require a shred of proof? And most paranoid delusions are intricate, but this is brilliant.
I'm going to make a challenge for you. Do you want to debate with me live? We'll record it, post it on YouTube, make it a big event. We can even have one of those Mortal Kombat screens, you know, me on one side, you on the other. It'll be crazy, right? Let's do it. It'll be fun.
Well, it'll be fun for me. But then again, that's because I'm not so stupid as to say that the Grand Canyon was formed at about 5 times the speed of sound.
If the planet flooded, like the Bible says, the Grand Canyon could have been formed in about 5 minutes. The Grand Canyon could have been formed in about 5 minutes.
However, the reason I have little interest in humouring you with a debate is exemplified by these videos. Put simply, someone who has repeatedly demonstrated such a crass lack of scientific understanding as yourself is not in need of a debate, but an education. However, you shouldn't feel bad about this attribute, as it's almost pervasively true of all young Earth creationists. Let's see what gems you have for us this time.
The Bible says Noah only had to bring things that breathe with their nostrils. Fish don't breathe with their nostrils, and I bet you even know that.
Ah, Noah's Ark. It's almost shameless that anyone could try and defend this. But let's look at the facile point that Noah took nothing onto the Ark that didn't have nostrils. Well, sure, that would have meant that Noah wouldn't have to take any bugs on the Ark. But then again, it would have also meant the extinction of almost all insects and plant life on Earth. And, of course, the humble earthworm, and thereby ensuring that Noah and everything else on the Ark would have starved to death on a dead planet. But then again, what about the whales? They breathe through their nostrils. Shown that the nostrils of the largest creature ever to live on the Earth, the blue whale. I really would have loved to see how Noah got all the animals that
breathe with their nostrils
on the Ark.
The Bible says Noah only had to bring things that breathe with their nostrils. Fish don't breathe with their nostrils, and I bet you even know that. So insects breathe not through their nostrils, but through their skin, so no insects either. Now, the seas get saltier at an increasing rate every year, and if you take the rate in which they're getting saltier in reverse time, about 4,400 years ago, the seas would be totally freshwater.
Ah, so the water was totally fresh 4,000 years ago, eh? Well, where did these come from? These are chalk cliffs. They are known to be composed of microscopic shells of a form of creature similar to the modern phytoplankton called coccolithophores. These phytoplankton require 2 materials to make their calcium carbonate shells. Firstly, calcium, which is dissolved in the seawater. Secondly, carbonate, which is usually obtained from carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. The geological period of time in which these deposits were laid down is named after these chalk deposits, the Latin name for chalk being Creta. In the Cretaceous period, these areas were covered with oceans, and the chalk deposits were laid down between 150 and 70 million years ago. Now comes the amusing bit. The raw materials required for coccolithophores to make chalk, or calcium carbonate, are a salt solution of the ion calcium and carbon dioxide. Now if the oceans were purely fresh water as the creationist states, then where did these calcium carbonate deposits of coccolithophores come from?
Again.
Jesus spoke about a second death. There are two types of death. Mortal death, which is when our soul is separated from our body.
I can only assume that by death he means brain death. We've known for decades now that the only thing that causes irreversible death is the death of the brain. Once the neurochemistry goes south, it doesn't come back. However, this is the thing. Animals have brains that function in a very similar fashion to our own. Yet I somehow doubt the creationist would argue that it's impossible for animals to die, as they have no souls to separate from their bodies. Next, of course, comes the obvious question. We know our brains make our decisions, so what's the purpose of the soul the creationist speaks of? Why do those who claim they have been born again with souls have behavioural characteristics that are indistinguishable, or worse, than those who haven't been born again with a soul, for instance, divorce rates and the such like?
And spiritual death, which is when our soul is separated from God.
Okay, so the creationist is now saying that we have a soul and that there's a God, and that having your soul separated from God counts as death. Okay. Well, I'm still struggling to see how, if God is omnipresent and omnipotent, how you can ever be separated from him.
Adam and Eve had their souls separated from God the day they ate from the forbidden fruit. That's why God kicked them out of the garden.
Okay, so Adam was born with his soul alive and killed it by eating forbidden fruit. So what have we learned? Well, in creationism, it's possible to kill your soul by eating.
Now, that is also why we are born spiritually dead in our sins.
Okay, so in creationism, it's not only possible to kill your own soul by eating, but it can also cause all the children you have to be born with dead souls.
You are dead in your sins, and that's why Jesus said you have to be born again right now by repenting of sin and putting your faith in Jesus Christ.
Okay, so when you're born, your soul is automatically tied to your body, but it's dead. Then when you choose for your soul to come alive, how? What makes the choice? The dead soul? The biochemistry of life? Well, let's leave that for a minute and see where this goes.
You will then be born again of the Spirit of God and be able to remain with God forever.
So your soul is born into a piece of biochemical machinery thanks to your ancestors not being picky enough about their diet. And now, if you manage to get your soul to come alive via some undescribed process, then you get to become a part of God.
If you don't do that now, during this life, you will remain separated from God forever.
And if you don't obey the creationist's fantasy, then his fantasy will punish you for your disobedience. But of course, the funny thing is the creationist's fantasy would automatically kill the souls of all the babies who haven't chose to have their souls born yet. That's a pretty unpleasant fantasy. But now let's compare what we know and can prove with the physical evidence to the creationist's fantasy.
If you don't do that now, during this life, you will remain separated from God forever.
This is great stuff. I could make a career out of this guy. You see how clever this part is? How it doesn't require a shred of proof? And most paranoid delusions are intricate, but this is brilliant.
The Bible says Noah only had to bring things that breathed with their nostrils. 4,400 years ago, the seas would be totally freshwater.
When I started this ministry 14 years ago, I said, Lord, I'm not going to copyright my stuff. My name is Kent Hovind. I taught high school science for 15 years, and now for the last 14 years I've been an evangelist doing seminars on creation, evolution, and dinosaurs. People say, do you really have a PhD? Boy, you'd be amazed how many folks in debates say, oh, you don't have a real PhD. Well, I think you have the right to face your accusers, obviously. If somebody's saying, I don't have a PhD, then I want you to, come face me face to face, and let's talk about it, okay? Give me a chance to defend myself.
Ironically, when Hovind did face his accusers, they put him in jail for 10 years for being a fraudster. Fortunately for us, Hovind was prolific in producing videos that show exactly how scientifically qualified he is. For example,
if you took one chromosome from every individual on the planet, and this chromosome, each chromosome contains the blueprint, the instructions for how to build the entire person.
no, it doesn't. So, Hovind's scientific education doesn't extend as far as knowing the difference between a genome and a chromosome. Chromosomes are large DNA structures that constitute a fragment of the genome. For instance, in humans there are 23 chromosome pairs in the genome. One chromosome does not constitute enough information to create an entire human being. At this point, someone who doesn't know exactly how ignorant Hovind is will be saying, hey wait, this man claims to have taught high school science for 15 years, maybe he just misspoke. Unfortunately, Hovind continues.
And this chromosome, each chromosome contains the blueprint, the instructions for how to build the entire person. So if you had one chromosome from each person on the planet, theoretically you could make every person again. You have the information to make a new Becky or a new Steve or a new Eric or whoever, okay, from one chromosome. Now, to make it even more interesting, if we had our ladder from here to Chicago, and we twisted it and twisted it and twisted it, and as you, like you do a rubber band, you get it tighter and tighter, and pretty soon it starts to double knot. You know, it starts to loop again. Okay, similar idea. We're going to take this long ladder from here to Chicago and split it all the way down the middle. Each one of the rungs of the ladder is going to be cut in half, all the way from here to Chicago, while it's twisted. It is going to unwind from the other half. So we have two half ladders. That's going to join up with the other half ladder from your husband or wife, wind itself back together from here to Chicago, and make a child.
You're a moron. I've never seen anyone garble biochemistry so badly. Reproduction goes something like this. Mummy splits up some of her cells such that they contain half the number of chromosomes, each one being a DNA double helix, in a process called meiosis. Daddy does the same thing. Mummy and Daddy then hook up, don't they, baby?
Definitely.
And in a desperate attempt to make God cry, fling DNA at each other. The two half cells, or gametes, combine to give a new full cell called a zygote. This is the baby. Note, at no point did you actually split open the individual DNA helixes as Hovind describes, one from Mommy and one from Daddy, and try and stick them together. Indeed, this is impossible. DNA is complementary. If I take a sequence of Mommy's DNA and try to stick it together with a string from Daddy's DNA, it will never fit. Indeed, Mommy and Daddy can throw DNA at each other in perpetuity to no reproductive effect. DNA never unravels to two single strands as Hovind describes, and even if it did, the only person who holds a complementary strand of DNA would be a clone of yourself. As Hovind's explanation is so mangled and detached from any biological understanding, it is difficult to even see the vague principles which he is attempting to describe. Possibly Hovind is confusing DNA reproduction in cell division, mitosis, and reproduction. But ultimately there is no biological process whatsoever that involves the DNA double helices unraveling completely to two single strands. However, cell reproduction and fertilization are taught in all high school science classes. The cute irony being that Hovind had no problem in teaching 15 years of high school science, when he would have certainly failed the biological class he himself was supposedly teaching.
Each half of the rung is a genetic trait. Maybe the dad supplies the half of the rung for blonde hair, and the wife supplies the half of the rung for brown hair.
Okay, Hovind doesn't understand the difference between a base pair and a gene either. Base pairs are the complementary aromatic groups in the center of the double helix. Zoom out to the double helix, and a sequence of the DNA helix that is tied to a biological function is called a gene.
DNA has 4 base pairs. What they've done is they've taken each of these genes and they take a whole cluster of molecules and call it a base pair, like they give it a letter A.
I know all of those words and what they mean, but what Hovind is saying is complete and utter scientific nonsense. In order to make sense of Hovind's sentence, it is required that you make the assumption that Hovind doesn't understand the difference between atoms, molecules, base pairs, and genes. Add to this Hovind's earlier lack of knowledge of genes, base pairs, chromosomes, and genomes, and one is left with a deep and perplexing question of what exactly did Hovind teach in science class for 15 years. For the record, base pairs are the complementary aromatic groups in the center of the double helix. Zoom out to the double helix, and a sequence of the DNA helix that is tied to a biological activity is called a gene. Now compare this to Hovind's biological understanding.
DNA has 4 base pairs. What they've done is they've taken each of these genes and they take a whole cluster of molecules and call it a base pair, like they give it a letter A.
Dr. Hovind has his doctorate in education. He's great at explaining scientific principles. He taught science for 15 years and is an expert on this subject.
People say, do you really have a PhD? Boy, you'd be amazed how many folks in debates say, oh, you don't have a real PhD.
Some have speculated that an extraterrestrial civilization might have attempted to communicate by transmitting messages in the universal language of mathematics, perhaps through a recognizable pattern, like a series of prime numbers.
You're not going to get that by chance. So you need complexity or improbability, lots of prime numbers, and you also need a pattern. And it has to be the right sort of pattern. It's not a pattern that you're imposing. It's a pattern that's there objectively.
To date, SETI research has failed to detect any pattern or information that would indicate intelligence in a distant galaxy. But in another universe, much closer to home, scientists have discovered a wealth of information within the nucleus of the living cell.
Oh, really? Well, let's apply Dembski's own example of specified complexity to the human genome, shall we?
Perhaps through a recognizable pattern, like a series of prime numbers.
You're not going to get that by chance. So you need complexity or improbability, lots of prime numbers, and you also need a pattern. And it has to be the right sort of pattern. It's not a pattern that you're imposing. It's a pattern that's there objectively.
And the pattern's not there objectively, is it, Dembski? The probability of finding this string of 34 base pairs representing the prime numbers 2, 3, 5, 7, and 11 in a random string of base pairs is about 1 in a billion trillion, which of course is exactly the same probability as finding any random string of 34 base pairs. Given that there are only about 3 billion base pairs in the human genome, it seems sensible to assume that the reason Dembski has never actually looked for his own example of specified complex information in the genome is because he knows he will not find it. It is also noteworthy that Dembski, who is touted by the creationist organization the Discovery Institute as one of their senior research fellows, claims on his CV that he was a professional witness in the Dover versus Kitzmiller trial of 2007. Dembski again finds himself at variance with reality, in that, ignoring for the moment the fact that Dembski withdrew from being a professional witness without giving a word of expert testimony, the Dover trial was in 2005, not in 2007. 3 members of the Discovery Institute were originally listed as professional witnesses in the trial. All 3 withdrew at the last moment without explanation. Yep, that's right, the Discovery Institute, the hub of the intelligent design movement, was not willing to defend intelligent design under oath. Dembski has also made some interesting comments on the trial judge, Judge Jones. Before the trial,
as soon as they found out Judge Jones, he said, Judge Jones is a good old boy brought up through the conservative ranks, a political buddy of Governor Tom Ridge, who is deep in George W. Bush's circle of power, and was appointed by GW himself. Senator Rick Santorum is a Pennsylvanian in the same circles. And last but far from least, George W. Bush himself drove a stake in the ground saying, teach the controversy. Unless Judge Jones wants to cut his career off at the knees, he isn't going to rule against the wishes of his political allies. Bill Dembski himself, actually, before the Dover trial came up, when this was still sort of speculative, made a little bet. I'll wager a bottle of single malt scotch, should it ever go to trial, whether ID may legitimately be taught in public school science curricula, that ID will pass all constitutional hurdles.
And how does the Discovery Institute, for which Dembski works, now view Judge Jones?
Jones's ruling is poorly argued, and its discussion of intelligent design as science is largely inaccurate.
It is in many ways a shame that the Discovery Institute is willing to blame the United States judicial system for their lack of willingness to defend intelligent design in court. But let's get back to the details, Dembski?
On a seashore, another improbable pattern etched into the earth illustrates how we detect design. No one would infer that this message was written by the movement of the tides. Instead, because of the characteristics of this pattern, we identify the words as the products of intelligence.
That improbable arrangement also conforms to an independently given pattern, namely the shapes of the letters that we recognize from English alphabet and the words that we know from English vocabulary. And so it's the improbability of the arrangement plus the fact that it conforms to an independently given pattern that triggers the awareness of design.
Actually, the reason we know that writing in the sand is human is because we've seen people writing in the sand, and also because there's no known natural phenomenon that produces such features. The world is full of complex patterns that are known to be entirely natural. I mean, take for instance the beach itself. It's complex, it's improbable. I mean, what are the chances of finding all those trillions of almost perfectly sized sand grains organizing themselves at a gentle angle between the land and the sea and not getting washed away? Does this mean that beaches require a designer? I mean, if Myers here had his way, the answer would be yes. Take another example, these rings. If you examine these rings in detail, you'll find that they are sorted by stone size and almost perfectly circular. Well, I'll let you dwell on that for a moment to work out if you agree with Dembski that these specific, complex and improbable patterns are, as Dembski would state, proof that these objects were made by an intelligent designer, or not. You see, a correct version of Dembski's argument would read something like this. If you come across an unknown phenomenon for which there is no current naturalistic explanation, this does not mean that a naturalistic explanation will not be found in the future, nor does it mean that this process or phenomenon is due to an intelligent process or designer. All it means is the explanation for the phenomenon is currently unknown. The unknown is not proof for the existence of God. However, Dembski then goes on to look for complex specified information in DNA, where it is known to have a natural origin. Dembski then ignores everything that is known from biochemistry and biology about DNA, and ignores the prospect that there could be a natural origin for the information in DNA, and simply jumps to the erroneous conclusion that DNA is designed. Now let's apply Dembski's argument to the beach. Dembski looks at the beach and says, if I ignore everything that I know about beach formation and decree that no natural process could have formed the beach, then I can conclude that the beach is designed. And so the whole fallacy of this non-argument is laid bare. Now let's return to our bizarre stone circles, and even more bizarre to see in person. It's actually a product of frost heave and needle ice. Needle ice forms more rapidly in areas without stones, and so tends to push stones outwards. This also has the effect of sorting them by size. Depending on the freeze-thaw cycle, you can get all sorts of funny patterns: polygons, networks, piles, ridges. You can even get them on other planets. But the one thing you can't conclude, unless of course you're a creationist, is that the only explanation for these objects containing complex specified information is they can only be accounted for by an intelligent agency such as stone-sorting pixies.
Perhaps through a recognizable pattern, like a series of prime numbers.
You're not going to get that by chance. So you need complexity or improbability, lots of prime numbers, and you also need a pattern. And it has to be the right sort of pattern. It's not a pattern that you're imposing. It's a pattern that's there objectively.
Bill Gates, founder of Microsoft, he said DNA is like a software program, but it's much more complex than anything we've been able to design.
Bill Gates has said that DNA is like a computer program, only much more complex than any we've been able to devise. And if you reflect on that even for a minute, it's a highly suggestive observation.
It certainly is. As why would billionaire, non-believer, and founder of the largest transparently operated charitable foundation in the world be making statements supporting creationism? The answer is, of course, he wasn't. The quote is actually taken from the book The Road Ahead, from a passage where Gates is comparing how boring his biology teacher made the subject compared to his chemistry teacher, and the importance of having inspiring teachers. Yep, that's right. Both Kent Hovind, currently in jail for tax fraud, and the Discovery Institute, the intelligent design proponents who would not defend intelligent design under oath, have little problems in reconciling their literal biblical ethics with taking a line out of a passage where a guy is talking about the importance of good teachers to infer that they support intelligent design. This seems to be a pervasive pattern of behaviour amongst young Earth creationists. Take, for instance, the David trial of 2005, where intelligent design suffered a humiliating rout in court. Take the devout Christians and young Earth creationists, Bill Buckingham and Alan Bonsell, who were instrumental in getting the Davis School Board to teach intelligent design. A quick summary of their role in the affair. After Bill Buckingham and Alan Bonsell, at the time both school board members, had got the intelligent design proposal through the school committee, 60 creationist textbooks had conveniently showed up at the school, and so the trial lawyers wanted to know the origin of these books.
Both Buckingham and Bonsell had sworn in their depositions that they did not know who donated the 60 copies of Pandas to the high school. But by the time Buckingham took the witness stand, a different story emerged.
Buckingham had gotten up in front of his church and asked them to donate money to buy these books. And they did. And then he wrote a check out of his own checking account for $850, and he gave it to Alan Bonsell. And Alan Bonsell, for some reason, gave the money to his father, who went and bought the books, and then they showed up. It's a pretty astonishing lie to tell. Under oath, no less, during a deposition. Bonsell told the same lie. Even though he had given the check to his father to buy the books, during his deposition he said, I have no idea where the money came from. None whatsoever. You know, they just pleaded ignorance the entire time. In fact, this was during the trial. One of the more entertaining moments of the trial was that when Bonsell was on the witness stand, Judge Jones actually interrupted the cross-examination and took over the questioning himself on this issue and started asking him why didn't, in fact, he said to the attorneys, give me a copy of his deposition. And they brought a copy of Bonsell's deposition up there, and the judge opened it and said, you said this. You said you didn't know. Why didn't you say you got the check from Buckingham and you gave it to your father?
It was almost like this weird feeling that, you know, when you've watched a nature show and you know that the gazelle's about to get it from the lion, you know, I remember actually thinking, oh God, Judge Jones is going to kill Alan Bonsell. I can't look. And then Judge Jones, his face had gotten bright red at this point, and he goes, you tell me why you didn't say where that money came from to buy of Pandas and People. And Alan Bonsell finally, under Judge Jones's grilling, started to get a little nervous, and he started flapping his hands, and he started stammering, and he completely had lost this self-assured composure that he had earlier.
For Bonsell in that situation, to have a federal judge, you know, on the stand, basically accuse you of perjury under oath. I suspect that Bonsell may have needed a change of underwear at that point. I suspect he was a little shaken up by that.
Jones recommended to the U.S. Attorney that he investigate bringing perjury charges against Buckingham and Bonsell for lying under oath. The 139-page opinion ruled that intelligent design is not science. Finding it had been introduced for religious reasons, Judge Jones decided it was unconstitutional to teach intelligent design in Dover science classes.
Both defendants and many of the leading proponents of intelligent design make a bedrock assumption which is utterly false. Their presupposition is that evolutionary theory is antithetical to a belief in the existence of a supreme being and to religion in general. To be sure, Darwin's theory of evolution is imperfect. However, the fact that a scientific theory cannot yet render an explanation on every point should not be used as a pretext to thrust an untestable alternative hypothesis grounded in religion into the science classroom or to misrepresent well-established scientific propositions. The citizens of the Dover area were poorly served by the members of the board who voted for the intelligent design policy.
Citing what he called the breathtaking inanity of the school board's decision, he found that several members had lied to cover their tracks and disguise the real purpose behind the intelligent design policy.
The crushing weight of the evidence indicates that the board set out to get creationism into science classrooms, and intelligent design was simply the vehicle that they utilized to do that.
As they passed this, perhaps the funniest statement of the trial came from school board member Heather Giese, who said, "Oh, we're not going to be sued. I have confidence in the district's lawyers." Problem with this was the district's lawyer had told them, "You're going to get sued and you're going to lose." Had told them, "Do not pass this." And that statement became rather prophetic. Not only did they get sued, because they had ignored their own attorney's advice, their insurance policy was canceled. So all of the money that they ended up having to pay out for the plaintiff's fees in this case, they had to pay themselves. Their liability policy wouldn't cover it.
The branching tree pattern of Darwin's theory is actually not seen anywhere in the fossil record unless we impose it with our own minds. So the Cambrian explosion is the most dramatic refutation of the tree of life.
The Cambrian explosion of life was a dramatic episode in geological history. Usually dated at about 530 million years ago, the exquisitely preserved Cambrian fossils reveal that the body plans for virtually every major animal phyla appeared, not gradually and slowly as Darwin had speculated, but instead with astonishing suddenness.
If we imagine the whole history of life on Earth taking place in one 24-hour period, the current standard estimates for the origin of life put it at about 3.8 billion years ago, let's say 4 billion. So if we start the clock then, our 24-hour clock, 6 hours, nothing but these simple single-celled organisms appear, the same sort that we saw in the beginning. 12 hours, same thing. 18 hours, same thing. 3/4 of the day has passed, and all we have are these simple single-celled organisms. Then at about the 21st hour, in the space of about 2 minutes, boom, most of the major animal forms appear in the form that they currently have in the present. And many of them persist to the present, and we have them with us today. Less than 2 minutes out of a 24-hour period. That's how sudden the Cambrian explosion was.
Wow. Boom. In the span of just 2 minutes in 24 hours, eh? That explosion must have taken place in the blink of an eye. The intelligent design proponent misrepresenting scientific knowledge is fellow of the Discovery Institute, Jonathan Wells. And yes, that is the same intelligent design organization that wouldn't defend intelligent design under oath. Wells is also the author of the creationist book, Icons of Evolution. There's just one tiny problem. If a 24-hour period represents 4 billion years, then 2 minutes would be about 6 million years. Yeah, that Cambrian explosion took place in the blink of an eye. Just to put 6 million years into perspective, that's the equivalent of about a mere 60 ice ages or so. That's about 1,000 times as old as the young Earth creationists think the universe is. I mean, it's about 6 million years ago when our ancestors were just starting to walk upright. But one thing is true, there was a Cambrian explosion. Darwin was well aware of it. He even openly wrote of it and stated how he considered it the single greatest objection to the theory of evolution. However, Charles Darwin was working 150 years ago, when people didn't even know that matter was made up of atoms. Jonathan Wells is not. And some of the things Wells says here are so jaw-droppingly wrong that they have to go into the same category with Venom Fang X's statements about the Grand Canyon being formed at about 5 times the speed of sound.
Most of the major animal forms appear in the form that they currently have in the present.
Oh, really? Most of the major animal forms appear in the form that they currently have in the present. And this is from a man who has 2 PhDs, one in molecular and cell biology from Berkeley and the other in religious studies from Yale. You see, the snappy answer you will usually get from an evolutionary biologist when asking him what would convince him that evolution is wrong is fossil bunnies in the Cambrian. So, Wells, if in the Cambrian explosion most of the major animal forms appear in the form they currently have in the present, where are the Cambrian fossils of bunnies, whales, banyan trees, chameleons, ants, turkeys, kangaroos, orchids, crocodiles, lions, elephants, bees, humans, spiders, etc., etc., etc.? What the senior fellow of the creationist organization, the Discovery Institute, is willfully ignoring is that every single creature from the Cambrian explosion was water-dwelling. The invasion of land happened about 100 million years after the Cambrian explosion.
Most of the major animal forms appear in the form that they currently have in the present. And many of them persist to the present, and we have them with us today.
What, you mean like trilobites, Anomalocaris, Hallucigentia, and Haikuella? So why the Cambrian explosion? Firstly, it's necessary to make it clear that we do not have a comprehensive understanding of the origins of life on Earth, but this is far from saying that we don't know anything about it. For instance, the structure of almost all biomolecules, carbon, nitrogen-rich compounds with lots of hydrogen and not much oxygen, simply scream reducing atmosphere to the chemist. The one exception is the sugars, an integral part of both DNA and metabolism, which can be made by the reduction of carbon dioxide releasing oxygen. This is of course a core reaction in photosynthesis today. We have an idea of the oxygen levels on early Earth from iron chemistry. The reduced form of iron is pretty soluble in seawater. However, if you expose it to oxygen, it drops out of solution as essentially rust, leaving large geological banded structures. This happens in the rocks preceding the Cambrian explosion and signifies that the oxygen was becoming abundant in the Earth's atmosphere. So the stage is set. An organism that evolved the ability to utilize oxygen in metabolism would have a significant advantage. Oxygen is like rocket fuel to life. It makes multicellular life an exceptionally evolutionary favored proposition. So what evidence we have suggests that for the first 2.5 billion years of life on Earth is a bunch of chemical reactions in life changing the abundance of molecules on Earth. When the feedstocks are opportune, multicellular life takes off with a vengeance. This is far from Wells's intentionally misleading caricature that
So if we start the clock then, our 24-hour clock, 6 hours, nothing but these simple single-celled organisms appear. The same sort that we saw in the beginning. 12 hours, same thing. 18 hours, same thing. 3/4 of the day has passed, and all we have are these simple single-celled organisms. Then at about the 21st hour, in the space of about 2 minutes, boom, most of the major animal forms appear in the form that they currently have in the present. The branching tree pattern of Darwin's theory is actually not seen anywhere in the fossil record unless we impose it with our own minds. Not seen anywhere. Not seen anywhere. It's actually not seen anywhere in the fossil record unless we impose it with our own minds.
Here. It's all over. It is all over. The atheists have been defeated. These motherfuckers have been caught on their bullshit. If Venom X is the truth, Venom X shut them down. I'm gonna tell you just how, I'm gonna show you and tell you just how pathetic and ignorant and stupid these atheists are. My God, it's beautiful. They're angry. They have so much rage and hate in them.
Then I'm going to show you proof for what the Bible says, and then I'm going to show you that the Earth cannot be billions or even millions of years old. Rather, the Earth is only 6,000 years old, around there, like the Bible says. The dating methods that evolutionists rely upon to assign millions and billions of years to rocks are very inconsistent and based on unproven and questionable assumptions. Dating methods that use radioactive decay to determine age assume that the radioactive decay rates have always been constant. Yet, research has shown that decay rates can change according to the chemical environment the material being tested is in. In fact, decay rates have been increased in the laboratory by a factor of 1 billion.
What utter crap. So according to Venom00t, all you have to do is take your radioactive waste from your nuclear power stations and subject it to a different chemical environment, and bingo, you have neutralized your radioactive waste. Let's take, for instance, arguably the nastiest radioactive isotopes, such as cesium-137 and strontium-90. They have half-lives of about 100 years, which means they release half of their radioactive nastiness in about 100 years. The nastiness of these isotopes is a combination of, firstly, the fact they release half of their radioactivity in a relatively short period of time, comparable to the human lifespan, and secondly, they are quite readily absorbed by animal life. Stuff with half-lives of billions of years, such as the U-238 found in depleted uranium, is really not that much of a radiation hazard, as it will release almost none of its radioactive nastiness in the human lifespan. Anyway, so Venom00t claims all you have to do is subject the nuclei to a different chemical environment, and bingo, you can accelerate the decay by a factor of 1 billion. Great, so according to Venom00t, you can neutralize the radiation threat from cesium-137 and strontium-90 in about 10 seconds, while the treatment of a long-term radioactive waste such as iodine-129, with a half-life of about 17 million years, could essentially be neutralized in about a month. Regrettably, Venom00t is talking crap, and we have no viable methods for accelerating radioactive decay. Otherwise, I can assure you the radioactive waste industry would be all over it.
Dating methods that use radioactive decay to determine age assume that the radioactive decay rates have always been constant. Yet, research has shown that decay rates can change according to the chemical environment the material being tested is in.
Okay, in order to understand why this is bullshit, you need to understand the concept of energy. So let's start with the idea of a black body. The spectrum of light emitted by a body will be commensurate with its temperature. For instance, take the Earth, dump it in deep space and look at it. The surface of the Earth is about 300 degrees Kelvin. That's about room temperature, meaning that the Earth would have a black body radiation in the infrared. Now take the Sun and dump it in deep space. It has a surface temperature of about 6,000 Kelvin, meaning that it has a black body radiation in the white light region. Okay, now we've sort of made the connection between temperature and black body radiation. What can we do with this? Well, various energy photons interact with matter in which the possible energy states, be they nuclear spin, rotational, vibrational, electron excitement, core electron excitement, or nuclear excitement, are comparable to that of the photon. Take, for instance, the eye. The photosensitive parts of the eye absorb in the visible and turn that absorbed energy into a signal. However, if the energies are too high, for instance X-rays, then they will not interact with the photosensitive parts of the cell.
And similarly, the same thing happens if the energies are too low, for instance, radio waves. Now, Venom Fang X says that the chemical environment, that's basically the electrons around the nucleus, can have an effect on the nucleus state. Not even close. The chemical environment has zero effect on the nucleus state of the atom. I mean, the chemical environment of the nuclei is about as effective as changing the nuclear decay rates as your eye is at seeing radio waves. This is why there is no effect of pressure, temperature, or electronic environment of the nucleus on the nuclear transitions responsible for radioactive decay.
In fact, decay rates have been increased in the laboratory by a factor of 1 billion.
No. The only real control we have over nuclear decay is by firing things into the nucleus, such as protons, neutrons, and the such like, and making either activated or unstable nuclei that decay faster or slower. Regrettably, the only places you're going to get a decent flux of these sorts of particles at these sorts of energies are at research facilities that are actually geared up to study that sort of thing.
All such dating methods also assume a closed system, that no isotopes were gained or lost by the rock since its formation.
Quite so. A quick lesson on radiometric dating. Firstly, you need to know that nuclear decay changes the atomic number of the nucleus and subsequently changes the chemical properties of the atom. Secondly, you need to know that chemicals can spontaneously form structures such as crystals and minerals, etc. So, for instance, radium might be quite good at making a mineral, while radon is notably not. Diffusion of atoms within the rock are essentially non-existent. Once the rock forms, the atoms are essentially locked there in perpetuity. So when a mineral forms, you can start the clock. At some later time, you can look at the mineral, and from the ratio of daughter products and the lack of father products, you can tell when the mineral was formed. This is also the reason why it is arguable that the polonium halos that the creationists say prove the instantaneous formation of the Earth are even caused by polonium. The expected daughter products of the polonium decay, such as lead-206, are curiously all missing. Plus, of course, there are no polonium halos in the Precambrian granite. Indeed, the halos only occur in rock that has been significantly reworked by geological processes.
It's common knowledge that hydrothermal waters at temperatures of only a few hundred degrees centigrade can create an open system where chemicals can move easily from one rock system to another. In fact, this process is one of the excuses used by evolutionists to reject dates that don't fit with their expectations.
Professional stupidity. Yeah, that's right, volcanism is a good place to get mineral formation because hot pressurized water is good at dissolving stuff. This is why many of the minerals that form spontaneously on Earth do so in geologically active areas. But the answer is simple. You don't use radiometric dating on open systems, or if you do, you make sure that it's clear what you have done. Venom Fang X's statement that this somehow invalidates the method of radiometric dating is as stupid as saying, evolutionists think that watches can be used to keep time. However, if a watch has a flat battery, then it keeps bad time. So the evolutionist claim that watches can be used to keep time has been disproven.
What's not commonly known is that the majority of dates are not even consistent for the same rock. Furthermore, 20th century lava flows often register dates in the millions and billions of years.
So Venom Fang X somehow thinks the mere existence of a composite material disproves all dating methods. Yeah, that's right. If you have a composite material, you expect the different parts of the same material to have different ages. This is like looking at someone's wallet and finding out the person's 35, but the receipt tells you his jeans are only 2 weeks old, hence invalidating the method of looking at someone's ID as a method of assessing age. Geochemists are not stupid. They understand composite materials, how they form and how to treat them for dating purposes.
All age dating methods rely upon unproven assumptions.
Yeah. Just like to reach the conclusion that you watched this video, you had to make the unproven assumption that photons travel in a straight line over time in a reproducible fashion, and that these photons that you received can somehow be used to construct a realistic model of what actually happened in reality. Yeah, crazy unproved assumptions that prove nothing.
It's all over. It is all over. The atheists have been defeated.
Decay rates have been increased in the laboratory by a factor of 1 billion.
If anything X is the truth, if anything X is the truth, if anything
They say that the code in the chromosomes is more complex and holds more information than all the computer programs ever written in the history of humanity combined.
Again, this is simply and demonstrably wrong. The 3 billion base pair human genome, which by the way is about 100 times smaller than the amoeba genome, can be stored uncompressed on about 750 megabytes. That's about the size of a CD. That's smaller than Windows XP. Yep, that's right, you can carry a copy of the human genome around on a piece of hardware the size of your thumbnail. Further, to store an individual's genetic identity, you only need to store the differences from the genome. These are typically only 1% or 2, so you can store someone's genetic identity in about 10 megabytes. That's about the size of an MP3.
I believe that God designed each one of us for something special, for a purpose.
So you can store someone's genetic identity in about 10 megabytes. That's about the size of an MP3.
I believe that God designed each one of us for something special, for a purpose.
Indeed, this raises the interesting question of where does the information in civilization lie? Clearly not in the DNA, as this can simply be stored on a CD. Indeed, the genome is little more than the instructions for the make human process. Well, what about our brains? Well, assessing human memory is a difficult process, as memory of what? The mind is quite good at remembering faces, but terrible at remembering numbers, something computers are ruthlessly good at. However, the human memory is estimated on the order of terabytes, and that's easily 1,000 times the size of the genome. However, of course, this is limited in that every time someone dies, this information is lost. Until libraries, that was basically the end of it. All you could have access to is what you learned of someone else or could work out for yourself. Stored media has changed everything. Books were a good start, but were unfortunately prone to religious thoughts decreeing that learning was evil and burning down the combined knowledge gained by thousands in the libraries. Fortunately, now media has developed to the point where it's virtually impossible to destroy knowledge, and virtually everyone can have access to that knowledge. The size and growth of knowledge is staggering. For instance, these are merely the graphical abstracts of one bi-weekly peer-reviewed chemistry journal. So what does this knowledge get us? Well, put simply, everything. Every modern-day aspect of your life is based on knowledge. At the simplest level, I can learn how to use a rock to grind wheat and maybe teach someone else how to do it. At a more complex level, I can write a book, and 50 people can read it long after I'm dead, saving each of those the economy of time needed to discover this stuff firsthand. At a more complex level, I can build a machine that will do the work of hundreds of men, but this is peanuts compared to the knee-weakening power this knowledge has brought us. Take, for instance, the transistor, which we can now make on the nanometer length scale.
If you think about it, if you look at the Intel 45 nanometer device technology, we can fit 400 transistors on something about the size of a human blood cell.
So what use is this? Well, humans are quite good at some things, such as associative information storage, but poor at others. People are particularly bad at mathematics. For instance, multiply these two numbers together. If you can do this calculation in a second and had a planet full of such people, all 6 billion of them still wouldn't be able to keep up with a desktop computer. Yep, that's right, I can sit down in front of my computer and have a number crunching power greater than the entire population of the Earth. This sort of labour-saving invention makes the invention of steam power for the Industrial Revolution, a discovery that revolutionised civilization at the time, pale into insignificance. Computers give us access to number crunching and informational indexing power for doing research beyond the dreams of our scientific predecessors. Indeed, the quality of life we enjoy simply wouldn't be possible without the use of computers. This brings us to the Discovery Institute and their latest video. Firstly, you should notice that the words intelligent design are not uttered once in their latest promotional video, and with good reason, after it was ruled in court to not be science and just a rebranding of creationism.
Many scientists disagree about key parts of modern evolutionary theory, such as the ability of natural selection and random mutation to account for the complexity of living systems. What should the public do when experts disagree about whether the evidence supports a theory, as they do in the case of Darwinian evolution? The answer: teach both the arguments for and against.
Absolutely not. The bloody obvious. Research, increasing the knowledge of mankind, is done by people who already have an understanding of what is currently known, the literature, and are smart enough to make a new contribution to the vast knowledge of mankind. It is not done by high school students who haven't even acquired the entry-level standards to understand the conversation that goes on in the academic arena. Controversy is settled in the academic arena, not in a classroom. When ideas conflict, they enter the arena, and the contest of peer-review literature begins. It ends when one of the ideas has been brutally and mercilessly intellectually eviscerated by physical evidence and reproducible experiments. Such is the harsh meritocracy of the scientific method. For instance, take cold fusion. Did we teach both sides of the controversy to the students and let them decide? Absolutely not. It was settled in the peer-review literature, and less than 6 months after being proposed, its mangled corpse was swept off the floor of the academic arena. This was the fate of creationism 150 years ago, and all that has changed since is the pseudonym by which creationism masquerades. Science education in schools serves to allow people to function in a technologically advanced civilization, and to allow in the progression of that civilization, making all of our lives better. It is not to ignore the academic process that enabled us to gain the vast knowledge of mankind that built our civilization. It serves neither the student nor our collective sophistication to ignore the products of the academic arena and pretend in schools that all opinions, no matter how well or poorly founded in the knowledge of mankind, are equally valid and should be laid before the presently uneducated student for consideration with equal veracity. There is no controversy in the scientific community about evolution, any more than there's a controversy about the Earth being hollow, and to pretend otherwise is both disingenuous and dishonest. If you have a problem with that, do like every other idea in history, and present it in the academic arena, or stop being antisocial intellectual vermin, undermining the very process that built everything mankind relies on for survival. This is what gets to me the most. Academics spend their lives trying to further the knowledge of mankind through research, while creationists spend theirs vandalizing the knowledge they consider to be inconsistent with their Bronze Age religious texts. They seek to destroy this hard-earned knowledge at any costs, even attacking the method that is at the very foundation of our civilization.
I want to teach you something very special this morning, and I want you to remember this, boys and girls, something you'll never forget. Has any human being always been there? Yes or no? No. Has any scientist always been there? No. Who's the only one who's always been there? God. Who knows everything? So, in a big loud voice, who should you always trust first, God or the scientist? God. And I want you to remember that.
Creationists force real scientists to come off the front of hard research and perform the largely thankless task of countering the random disinformation sown by delinquent and scientifically illiterate creationists intent on undermining that has uncontestably and fairly been through the trial of fire of the academic arena and withstood the scrutiny of the smartest people on the planet for the past 150 years. I have to take another break to finish up a few papers, but I'll be back. I, unlike many creationists, such as Venom Fang X.
As for you, Satan, I censor the comments, so there's nothing you can do. You might as well give up.
Tony.
And when I have videos, when I have any videos I make about God, I'm just gonna filter the comments on the boards. I'm not allowing them to comment on my motherfucking boards.
The Discover Institute, that's the hub of the intelligent design movement. Creation Science Evangelism, founded of course by the convicted fraudster and criminally uneducated Kent Hovind, and many others. I'm a great advocate of free speech. Free speech is worthless unless you are willing to let people say things you do not like. To this end, if someone is making a point, you must let them do it, no matter how demonstrably wrong what they are saying is.
And all through the fossil record and life, we don't find one of these. A crocoduck. There's just nothing like it. There is no one animal transitioning into another.
You can poke holes in the evolutionary process, and you can poke holes, as I did, in the Big Bang Theory, or whatever crazy thing they're trotting out here.
Now, to say I've never deleted comments or blocked people would be false. Trollers, spammers, and people who send me hate mail will, on occasion, get blocked. And to be quite honest, if your idea of a virtuous use of free speech is pointless speculation on someone's lineage or how ugly their mama was...
Well, your mama is
Hold it, wait a minute. Don't bring anyone's mother into this.
well, you can do it elsewhere. Similarly, if your idea of free speech is simply repeatedly copying and pasting from other websites, then you are performing a task more befitting of a computer. Indeed, YouTube clearly has algorithms in place that automatically mark such comments as spam. I have little ethical issues in deleting these if I come across them. So it was with a sense of mirth the other day that I found that some of my earlier Why Do People Laugh at Creationists videos, particularly the ones containing the convicted fraudster Kent Hovind, had been targeted by flagging campaigns by creationists, both down-thumbing and marking as spam any non-creationist comment, and up-thumbing creationist comments. Yep, all those creationist comments, they really show what a draconian censor I am, don't they? Again, it is seen that creationists have a propensity towards intellectual vandalism. They have a level playing field to say whatever they want and make whatever argument they feel most accurately articulates the strength of their position, and they have done it. The best argument they can put forward is flagging comments they don't like as spam, abusing the system. This is their strongest card. However, whoever did this was clearly very dedicated. They appear to have flagged about 1,000 comments split over 3 videos containing the convicted fraudster and the young earth creationist Kent Hovind. Just to flag these comments, they had to read 1,000 or so comments, decide if they were pro-creationism or sane, then rate each one 6+ times each. It's an absolute minimum of about 3 hours of mindless clicky work. Plus, I think YouTube has some timeout feature to prevent people abusing the system like this, so on average you only get about 1 comment vote per minute, meaning that someone put in 24 hours work just sitting down and flagging these videos. Then, of course, these videos get sufficient traffic that the superficial effects of their flagging campaign are lost in about a week. Secondly, they cannot down-thumb my comments, meaning that anyone who does actually look at these comments, all they will see is creationists getting their asses handed to them, like this. These docs keep on mentioning fact. What fact? Science is not, nor will ever be, fact. Who can even start to believe the Earth is 65 million years old? What will it be next week? 59.6 million? Which one of us was there when it formed? You don't understand the concept of convergent measurement. Indeed, the dates you give I have no problem with. 60 or 65 million years. Shit, both are pretty accurate. Both results are within 5% of each other. Close? Mathematics and science can't operate on the idea of being close and happy with it. If that were the case, NASA would have never flown man to the moon. They would have rounded pi off at 3, called it good, and messed up the calculations and killed off man after man. So what you're saying is the Apollo missions had no mathematical errors? Are you kidding? These spacecraft were navigated optically. Nope, there's no way they could have done the calculations accurately enough so they'd navigate the craft optically. This is how they navigate planetary probes as well. They do it mostly by maths, but they correct the error manually. Roll, pitch, etc. could never have been as good as 10%. Finally, I can simply turn off the comment voting on these vandalized videos and instantly undo all of their work, albeit at the cost of disabling the comment voting on that video. Again, this really shouldn't be necessary in a community where people act in a grown-up, civic and socially responsible manner. Evidently, this is simply too much to ask of creationists. Ultimately, it doesn't matter what creationists do. These videos remain as a universally available and increasingly popular source of immunization against the poisonous little creationist cult of anti-intellectualism, anti-knowledge, anti-science and anti-free speech. You see, what the creationists haven't realized is that censorship, ultimately, is internally destructive. Free speech is not just a virtue. It was necessary in the development of our civilization. All progress relies on freedom of information and networks of information. This has been the core of the scientific method on which our civilization is founded. What sort of world would we live in today if Einstein, Newton and Galileo had all kept their ideas to themselves? process necessitates the examination of the veracity of the status quo, a process that the scientific community in the open marketplace of ideas is ruthlessly good at. You simply cannot attain this sort of progress in an environment of censorship. Can you, Galileo? Does evolution get this scrutiny? Yes, of course it does. When Darwin proposed the mechanism, he had no idea of the details of reproduction with variation. Now we do. Darwin had little understanding of other significant factors in evolution, such as genetic drift and punctuated equilibrium. Now we do. However, pervasively it is seen that nothing in biology makes sense without evolutionary theory, just like nothing in chemistry makes sense without atomic theory. So why does no one take intelligent design, the rebranding of creationism, seriously? Well, it's simple. In a free marketplace of ideas, the right to express an opinion does not extend to the right to be taken seriously.
The banana and the hand are perfectly made one for the other. You'll find the maker of the banana, Almighty God, has made it with a non-slip surface. The maker of the banana, Almighty God.
The maker of the banana, Almighty God.
If you want to propose something at variance with virtually everything that is known of the real world, such as flat earthism or creationism, you need proof. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. Creationists not only do not have such evidence to back up their claims, what they propose contradicts a large portion of what has been established by the scientific method. Further, what can be claimed without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. A point that is self-evident is if you can claim something without evidence, you can make the counterclaim without evidence with equal validity. With every other video I've made, they stand on their merits and get rated as such. However, for this video, and this video alone, I ask people who oppose the willful and unnecessary abuse of the system by creationists to rate and favourite this video as a token of your opinion on the subject.
We all know that evolution has never been proven. It was a theory, an idea that was made about some fucking moron that wrote a book about it, and then it was never proved. It's not something that you can prove it. They didn't observe a monkey evolving into a human being. So if humans evolved from monkeys, there will be no monkeys left on the face of the planet. Now, it was my limited knowledge, or my limited intelligence, or limited fucking knowledge of science. Why are there still monkeys on the face of the planet? Why? Why are there still monkeys on the face of the fucking planet?
Well, firstly, we share a common ancestor with the great apes. This is not the same thing as saying we evolved from monkeys. However, your confusion over common ancestry can probably be best cleared up by a simple analogy. The reason there are still great apes while Homo sapiens share a common ancestor with them is the same reason that Americans are mostly descended from Europeans, yet there are still Europeans.
Today, my class presentation is on evolution. Don't you mean evolution? Well, besides the valid concept of microevolution, the concept of macroevolution is evil.
Whoa, steady, Tiger. Evolution is evil? So according to the creationist video, the biology departments of Harvard, Cambridge, Stanford, Berkeley, MIT, etc. are all evil. Yeah, right.
Microevolution is why there's variation within a species. For example, there are different breeds of dogs due to adaptation and natural selection, but they're all dogs.
Isn't that just evolution?
Macroevolution is a stretch of the imagination. It requires that a species must take extra genetic information. So dinosaurs becoming birds, apes becoming humans, can't happen.
Let's see, microevolution. That would be natural selection of DNA expressed as organisms that reproduce with variation below the species level. The only difference between microevolution and macroevolution is time scale. Just like the only difference between a micro walk, say for instance going to put the kettle on, and a macro walk, say for instance walking to the North Pole, is time scale. The mechanism is exactly the same. It is simply not possible to say you believe in microevolution, but not macroevolution. This would be like saying I believe it's possible to walk to the kitchen, but to walk to the mall would be impossible. Well, maybe that goes some way to explaining our fat creationist friend here.
Adaptation can only work for genetic information that's already there. It can't make anything new.
Ooh, adaptation can only work with genetic material that's already there. Well, meet the organism with the most genetic material, the amoeba. Its genome is 100 times larger than the human genome. So according to the creationists, this organism could microevolve into any other, and it wouldn't have any problems with that, simply as it has the most
genetic information that's already there. So dinosaurs becoming birds, apes becoming humans, can't happen.
Apes becoming humans can't happen. Well, evidently it did, as besides sharing almost all of our genome with a chimp, we also share endogenal retroviral fragments at identical insertion points in our genome. That's a slam dunk for common ancestry. Further, our chromosome 2 is a fusion of 2 great ape chromosomes. Again, another slam dunk for common ancestry. For the creationist proposal that there are 2 kinds of evolution, one they believe in, one they don't, to be true, you would need 2 kinds of DNA, those that are specific to the kind of animal, like the dogs the creationist mentions, and these would be impervious to mutations, frameshift, gene duplication, etc. And these would be responsible for preventing the kind of evolution that the creationists don't accept, and those that are susceptible to gene duplication, frameshift, single-site mutations, etc., that cause the kind of evolution the creationists accept. Regrettably, there are no 2 such kinds of DNA. All portions of the genome are more or less equally likely to suffer a mutation. However, the selective pressure of those mutations on the organisms that are an expression of that DNA are not equal. However, given what we know about DNA, there are no limits to the amount of change with time that this process can affect on the genome. There is no boundary between microevolution and macroevolution other than timescale. Macroevolution is simply a lot of microevolution. They are caused by the same process.
So you're saying we've all been brainwashed?
You know, there was a time in society when scientists actually concurred with Scripture.
Yeah, that's right, Fatso. This time was known as the Dark Ages, when slave ownership and burning witches, as commanded by Scripture, was seen as a good thing. However, those of us who have stood in the light have little desire to let you lead us back into the darkness.
If you believe in macroevolution, then you also believe we evolved from a rock.
Yeah, that's right. Evolution says we evolved from a rock in the same way that Christianity says the universe was created in a battle between space mushrooms and time ninjas. However, more ironic is saying that we came from rocks is cuttingly close to what the Bible literalists believe. You know, God made Adam from dirt and Eve from a dirty rib.
It's funny how you believe the most ridiculous concepts of creation just as long as you're not accountable for your actions.
Not accountable? However, those of us who are sane believe in civilization, where you are part of a society. Part of your interaction with that society is you are accountable for your actions. As such, if you decide to buy some crystal meth and get a massage from a gay prostitute on your way to preach at your megachurch how you think homosexuality is an abomination to God, then people will see you as a bigoted hypocrite. Similarly, you are accountable for your actions if you think that molesting children who have been charged to your care is an appropriate course of action. We live in a civilization where you are accountable for your actions, and saying you believe in Zeus, Buddha, Allah, God, Thor, or even evolution does not relieve you of that accountability.
Dude, if we did evolve from apes, there would be an overabundance of fossilized evidence of transitional forms of species. So far, zilch.
Yeah, zilch. Apart from these. And these.
So all these religions, the Buddhist, the Muslim, the Hindu, they're all going to hell.
Jesus said, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No one comes to the Father but by me. Okay, here's a coincidence for you. Almost every religion in the world is based on works. Christianity is grace through faith, no works, period.
And this is a selling point why? So Christianity is not based on works according to this video. So in summary, Hitler, who gassed 6 million Jews, would go to heaven if he truly accepted Jesus before he died, as it's accepting Jesus that counts and works are irrelevant and unimportant for Christianity and Christianity alone, according to this creationist video anyway. And while a Jew who lived a selfless, virtuous, honourable, generous life before getting gassed by Hitler would go to hell because he didn't accept Jesus, as would all the children who die under the age of about 5. The reason that virtually all religions are based on works is simply it makes your religion socially unacceptable not to. I mean, according to this creationist Christianity, you have an incentive to live an antisocial, self-centered, and immoral life, and then just before you die, accept Jesus. But then again, I guess this is the sort of morality you would expect from the biblical God, who kills every baby on earth during the flood. Yep, given omnipotence and omnipresence, the best solution the biblical God can come up with involves global infanticide. Incidentally, this is also the God of the Jews and the Muslims, the baby-killing God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
I really don't care what you say. I'm gonna do what I want to do.
Well, you can do what you want to do, but you're going to die. 150,000 people do it every day. You could be one of them. You're going to bet on that cold shoulder of pride that you're not going to be judged?
Alright, smart guy. You seem to have all the answers. What do I gotta do?
Swallow your pride, drop your doubt, unharden your heart, repent of your sins, turn away from your sins, not just go to a priest every week and confess, and trust in Jesus Christ, your Lord and Savior. It's as simple as that. Remember, God does not want you in hell, but Jesus himself said, "Truly, truly, I say unto you, unless a man is born again, he cannot see the kingdom of God." I strongly urge you to think about that before making the biggest mistake in your eternal existence.
Ah, the snake oil merchant peddling the promise of eternal life to the short-sighted neurotic mortals who can be seduced by the vacuous promise of eternal life. Eternal life would be no gift, but arguably one of the most horrific tortures that could be laid on a sentient being. I mean, sure, the first 1,000,000 years might be fun, but what about the next 1,000,000, and the 1,000,000,000 after that, and the 1,000,000,000,000 after that, and you still have eternity left? This is never going to end. There will never be an end in sight. Eternal life is merely the poorly thought-out fiction of mortals who have gotten greedy. Eternal life would be a curse. Without death, there is no reason to do things. Eternal life would rob you of purpose. And this is how things would remain for eternity, and eternity after that, and eternity after that. I strongly urge you to accept your mortality. Do not let your fear of your inevitable death make you waste your only mortal life pursuing phantasms and delusions. Look at yourself in the mirror. For billions of years, those particles which are currently looking back at you have circulated in the universe. But for a brief moment they have coalesced in you. Rejoice in the impressive instant until they dissipate whence they came. Delight that you are a spark of life in the universe. Life is so much more vibrant and vivid without Bronze Age paranoid superstitions that cloud and contract the mind with some empty and undesirable promise that sparks can burn forever. Our time is finite. This gives our lives meaning. This gives our lives purpose. This gives our lives urgency. Live life today. Savor it. I came across this video the other day on Meta Cafe, claiming proof evolution is a flawed theory. Well, as this has eluded the most intelligent people on the planet for the past 150 years, I thought this deserved a look. I mean, sure, they've forgotten that the Earth rotates and they have the Moon orbiting the Earth in the wrong direction, but I guess they simply wanted to conform to the standards set by their creationist peers. Whoa, pause. Fatal creationist mistake. They have attempted to use numbers. Fact check. When man went to the Moon, he didn't just play golf, but did some fascinating scientific work. They found that the Moon was about the same age as the Earth, 4.5 billion years old, and had a peculiarly small core, suggesting that the Moon was created by a large object colliding with the Earth some 4.5 billion years back. This also explains why the Moon is tidally locked with the Earth, that is, it rotates exactly once for each time that it orbits the Earth. They also left mirrors on the Moon such that we could measure the distance to the Moon with exceptional accuracy. This has allowed us to determine that the Moon is receding from the Earth at the rate of about 3.8 centimeters per year. But let's keep it in inches for the moment. That's 1.5 inches per year. That's half of what the creationist states. Now that's an interesting observation. Why is the Moon receding? If the Moon is moving into a higher orbit, then essentially it is falling upwards. Where is the energy required for it to do this coming from? Well, let's take a look at the Earth-Moon system. You are currently about 4 moon orbits out into space. That's about 1 million miles. It's about 4 times further into space than any human has ever been. It's a long way from home, but it's still only 1/50th of the way to Mars at its closest. All the fascinating varieties of life we know live on the thinnest skin of that pale blue dot. Every human, every nation, every religion live on that spinning little dot, and from here, barely visible, can be seen the moon. Let's take a closer look at a more cartoony version. Let's bring the moon in such that we can see what's going on. Firstly, we notice that the days hammer by on this rather cloudless Earth as the moon slowly orbits. I mean, we all know that it takes about 28 days for the moon to orbit the Earth, but this is not a vantage point or a timescale we're used to looking at. Now, the Earth has water on its surface, and this deformable matter is distorted by the gravitational field of the moon to give 2 bulges. However, the Earth spins so quickly compared to the orbit of the moon that these bulges are distorted and pulled ahead by the rotation of the Earth. This is why the tides on Earth always lag the moon passing overhead by a couple of hours. However, this gives the Earth a peculiar shape, which has the effect of accelerating the moon at the cost of slowing down the rotation of the Earth. The transfer of energy to the moon moves it into a higher orbit. It gains potential energy, which perversely has the effect of making the moon orbit more slowly. Oh yes, even simple orbital mechanics can be a mind-bender. It seems reasonable to suggest that the current state of the continents, forming essentially 2 land bars around the Earth, may be particularly apt for this transfer of energy from the Earth's spin to the moon's orbit. However, this is not how the water on Earth and the continents have always been arranged. Measuring the current rate of lunar recession is comparatively easy to attempting to calculate what the rate of lunar recession was in prehistory, although those who have attempted such calculations estimate that in Pangaea times the rate of lunar recession may only have been half of what it currently is. Okay, back to our creationist calculation. Okay, complicated calculation, multiplying 4 billion by 3. The answer is 12 billion. I don't even need a calculator for that. And what does the creationist get? 1,230 billion. Yep, they multiply 4 by 3 and get 1,200. So, they're a factor of 100 out here and a factor of 2 out on the rate that the moon is receding. So far, the creationists have multiplied 2 numbers together and they are a factor of 200 out. So according to the creationist video, if you now ignore the factor of 200 error in their calculation, the moon would have receded 19 million miles by now, whereas the moon is only 250,000 miles away, and then they claim that their inability to do maths proves evolution is wrong. Meanwhile, if you scrub the creationist error of a factor of 200 and apply the same creationist calculation, you get that the moon was only about 130,000 miles away versus its current distance of 250,000 miles. In other words, the moon was about half the distance away that it currently is. These numbers are in the same ballpark as the massive impact theory, where the moon coalesced out of the debris as a tidally locked elongated shape. But let's have a little fun with this creationist maths. A fast walker can typically move about 3 miles per hour. A typical walker moves about 600 miles per hour. That's about the same speed as a jet airplane, proving, using creationist maths, that cars can't have been invented and used by humans for transport, as your average human walking speed is about 10 times faster than an average car on the interstate. Further, your average bullet only travels a couple of times the speed of sound, as this is only about 3 times the walking speed of an average human. That's calculated by creationist maths, of course. And this proves that guns are an ineffective way of killing people, as your average human could easily dodge the bullets. Your average human can jump a couple of meters or yards. Your average human can jump about half a kilometer or a quarter of a mile, proving using creationist maths that the bridges over the large rivers could not have been built by humans, as your average human could jump them with ease. Regrettably, creationists haven't figured out that ignorance is not a form of proof. Stupidity is not a way of knowing things. The amazing ability of creationists to multiply 3 by 4 and get 1,200 does not constitute a compelling proof why evolution is flawed. Venom, Fang, I censor the comments, X has been banned, and many would see it as poetic justice that this draconian little proponent of censorship has himself been censored. However, in playing the big game, the loss of one scientifically illiterate, self-centered, arrogant little muppet is not actually a point for celebration. Venom Fang X got his ass waxed for hate speech against Islam. Now, I had seen 1 or 2 of his videos about Islam, and sure they were of comparable intellectual merit to his creationist videos, but this is to be tempered with the fact that Islam has a very low bar for what counts as hate speech. Indeed, this appears to be something that they have in common with Scientology, in that any criticism of Islam or Scientology is deemed as evil hate speech by their followers, and they are instructed by their religion that the only person who could say such things about their religion must be a child-abusing murderer or some other delinquent of some sort.
So, we have more criminals here again. Yep, job market rejects, drug addicts, criminals.
Hey!
We don't need crims here.
We're back.
Why do you attack Scientology? Because of the criminal activities of your organization?
Good point. Criminal activities. What are your criminal activities, Mark? Because that's why you're here. You've got your own criminal activities you want to hide. Let's spit them out, Mark. That's all you're here for, to hide your own crimes.
He's afraid of being found out.
He's afraid. He's absolutely
afraid. It's a terribly
afraid.
difficult way to hide. I mean, I've done a poor job of hiding coming out here.
Spill it out. You know you got the crimes. You know you've done things. What is it? Spit it out.
Well, unfortunately, you don't have a PC folder on me that you can cull to find out whatever.
Well, we can make some good educated guesses.
Yeah, what would they be?
Oh, I'm sure you're a child molester myself.
Okay, all right.
He looks like it to me. I mean, that'd be my guess. But why don't you tell us, Mark? What is it?
What are your crimes? Look, the only people that attack the church are people that are afraid to find out something.
Such intolerance to criticism is incompatible with a free speech which is central and vital to the success of our civilization. A quick lesson on history. From 600 to 1000 AD, the Islamic Empire was the center of culture, freedom of thought, and scientific advancement in the world. It was they who preserved the knowledge of the Greeks. However, fundamentalists rose to power, and the Islamic nations have sunk into an academic dark age from which they have yet to emerge. By chance, one of the centers of learning in Spain at the height of the Islamic Empire survived and fell into the hands of the Christians, and thus was our academic bloodline to the knowledge of the Greeks preserved. This became the source of the Enlightenment when the Christian nations of Europe adopted such values as free speech. It was not that Western nations were born out of Christian values, such as slavery, burning witches, stoning adulterers, etc., but that Christian countries adopted what we would now describe as Western values which led to their success. Christianity converted to Western values, and this was Europe's ticket out of the Dark Ages. The lesson is clear. Unless you want to live in a savage Bronze Age biblical culture, learn from the harsh mistress of history. This brings us to today. Militarily, Islam is a non-threat. Their most successful attack involved box cutters, while any modern nation could have, if they had a similarly low valuing of human life, reduced any Islamic country to ash in days to weeks. An Islamic fighter, a Christian fighter, or indeed any human fighter, are essentially identically physically matched. So where does this military disparity come from? The reason is simple. Islam, both past and present, has been a superb retardant for science. That science builds the weapons that defend the country. Weapons are decisive in war. Reverse the weaponry in the Iraq War, and you would have utterly reversed the result. America would have got their asses handed to them. Weaponry is decisive in war. The Islamic fundamentalists may be willing to die for their cause, and may be willing to do so by the thousand, but ultimately this does not translate into a significant operational threat. The entire Islamic world is essentially a scientific vacuum. an artifact of when their fundamentalists dragged their entire empire down the intellectual plug hole. The only threat of Islam to the West is if we allow them to import their values, such as censorship. We can also meet the same fate if we allow our homegrown fundamentalists to follow the censorship of the Islamic model. This is the threat that creationism poses to the US. America could be dragged into a dark age to the point where they are a comparable research power to Saudi Arabia. The world can live with America as a third world power, a religious theocracy like Saudi Arabia, but without, of course, the vast oil reserves, albeit at some significant financial hurt. The knowledge of mankind and the advancement of mankind will simply be continued by the Europeans and Asians. However, I do have objections to such a nation getting their hands on the largest stockpile of nuclear weapons on the planet and the ability to deliver those weapons to any point on Earth.
You're insane. I won't. Do it! Put your hand on the scanning screen and you'll go down in history with me.
As what? The world's greatest mass murderers?
You cowardly bastard! You're not the voice of the people. I am the voice of the people. The people speak through me, not you. It came to me while I slept, Sonny. My destiny. In the middle of the night, it came to me. I must get up now, right now, and fulfill my destiny. Now you put your goddamn hand on that scanning screen, or I'll hack it off and put it on for you. Do it! My destiny. Thank you, Sonny. Let them come up.
This is not necessary, Mr. President. We have a diplomatic solution.
Mr. Vice President, Mr. Secretary, the missiles are flying. Hallelujah.
Fundamentalist Christians in the White House. Fundamentalist Christians who believe the Bible is the exact Word of God, including that wacky fire and brimstone Revelations ending, have had their finger on the fucking button for 12 years. Tell me when, Lord. Tell me when. Let me be your servant, Lord.
They would also have control of the largest and most advanced military on the planet for about 50 years too, until the new generation of creation-educated children become the mainstay of the workforce.
So, in a big loud voice, who should you always trust first, God or the scientist? God, and I want you to remember that.
The military threat of Islam is operationally insignificant to the security of the world. The threat outlined from creationism is not. Remember, just because they are scientifically illiterate, this does not mean that they cannot win popular support or take control of the country. The more people who are aware of this undesirable outcome, the less likely it is to be realized. Education and Western values are our allies here. It is imperative that we do not let the Islamic extremists import the very religious censorship that dragged their civilization into the intellectual abyss, into ours. This is the real threat from Islam. To this point we must defend the free speech, even of poisonous little toads such as Venom Fang X, in order to prevent Islam importing censorship into our civilization. Without freedom of speech we lose the ability to present the dangers inherent in such cults as creationism, Scientology, Mormonism and Islam. Ultimately, I have faith that the modern voice of reason will hold the high ground versus the voice of Bronze Age superstitious antiquity. It is the voice of reason that carried us from the Bronze Age and delivered us the modern first world civilization in which we live today. We give in good faith the gift of free speech, purchased and defended by the blood of free thinkers, to the likes of Venom Fang X and other creationist Christians, such that their desecration of this highest of gifts may stand as a testament to the worth and merit of this movement and the arguments that they embody.
And what I kept wondering when I was working on this documentary is, if they're so sure they're right, what are they afraid of? If they're so sure that their position is unassailable, let the other guy talk and then blow him out of the water and say, you fool, you didn't know this, this, and this.
Right.
But
Okie dokie, Stein. Let's play ball.
Darwin said nothing about how life originated. Darwin had no idea of how complicated the cell was. Darwin was never able to point to any clear evidence of any species that had originated by evolution. And there hasn't been much progress in Darwinism since then. Let the other guy talk and then blow him out of the water. And Darwin said nothing about how life originated.
You fool! Evolution is not a theory about the origin of life. It explains the diversity of life. Your statement is about as stupid as saying Newton was wrong because Newtonian mechanics doesn't explain light.
Darwin had no idea of how complicated the cell was.
You fool! Darwin had no more idea of the complexity of the cell than Newton had that matter was made up of atoms. However, this in no way undermines the validity of either evolution or Newtonian mechanics.
Darwin was never able to point to any clear evidence of any species that had originated by evolution.
You fool! Have you never heard about Darwin's finches? You also seem to be living in a time warp where you only consider the scientific understanding of Darwin's time. Well, what happens when you apply that to Newton? The strongest evidence for evolution comes from DNA and the whole genome sequencing. Pretending that the last 150 years of scientific research never happened is not a compelling argument against evolution.
And there hasn't been much progress in Darwinism since then.
You fool and double damn fool. Firstly, there is no such thing as Darwinism, any more than there's such a thing as Newtonianism, Einsteinism, or Faradayism. There is only evolution, which was first established by Darwin, just like there is only relativity that was first established by Einstein. Secondly, not much has changed since Darwin. It's really difficult to restrain one's anger when a man so willfully parades around his proud ignorance as a badge of creationist honour. Not much has changed since Darwin, you fool. There was the discovery of DNA, arguably the most important discovery in the history of mankind, and yes, it fitted exactly with evolution. Then there was the discovery of DNA replicase, messenger RNA, and virtually every aspect of biochemistry. Phospholipid bilayers, the Krebs cycle, RNA transcriptase, photosynthesis, ion pumps, sugar and lipid chemistries, most of them Nobel Prize-winning discoveries, and yes, every single aspect was 100% compatible with evolution. This is why no one takes Ben Stein seriously on academic matters, because he has an education more in line with the Dark Ages than the 21st century.
If they're so sure they're right, what are they afraid of? If they're so sure that their position is unassailable, let the other guy talk and then blow him out of the water and say, you fool, you didn't know this, this, and this.
Right.
But
yeah, well, I think that just about covers it. Just because university lecturers and the such like do not consider it a prudent use of their time to spoon-feed people like Stein the knowledge which he has gone out of his way to ignore, does not mean that Stein's ignorance constitutes a devastating argument that can invalidate evolution, of which, for some unexplained reason, Stein thinks all of the smartest people in the world would not want to know about. I present the following clip of Stein discussing his documentary on evolution to demonstrate that Stein's education on evolution doesn't even make the textbook level.
And that we didn't just originate as human beings from lightning striking a mud puddle.
It said maybe life was created by lightning striking a mud puddle.
Did it come from lightning striking a mud puddle?
How that happened by lightning striking a mud puddle is a very good question. Well, the first cause is not, it's lightning striking a mud puddle. See, this is what the evolutionists say. And by the way, they may be right. I'm not a scientist. They could be right.
Firstly, Stein's description of evolution here is about as accurate as saying that Christianity believes the universe began because an overweight three-legged aardvark called Ethel did a little happy dance. This particular brand of creationist logic is widespread by people like Stein, who are happy to believe that their ignorance of a scientific theory is proof why it must be wrong. I mean, by this reasoning, the fact that birds don't fall like apples proves that Newton was wrong about gravity. In this sense, Stein's documentary is about as much academic credibility as a burger flipper making a documentary on multiple scattering and absorption effects encountered with samples of high incoherent neutron scattering densities in nuclear reactors.
We would just like to be able to ask the questions. Maybe we're wrong, maybe we're stupid, but we'd like to be able to ask the questions.
Okay, do you think, though, that people who believe in creationism are being persecuted in America?
Oh, there's no doubt about it. We have lots and lots of evidence of it in the movie.
Stein's statements demonstrate that he doesn't even have a high school understanding of evolution or the scientific method. Stein confuses free speech with science. The two are not the same thing. The terms are not interchangeable. In science, merely saying something has little to no merit. You can say bananas prove God if you want, but it has no scientific merit. You can say that the earth was made by God in 6 days if you want, but it has no scientific merit. You can say that the sun is pulled across the sky by fiery horses if you want, but it has no scientific merit. Stein doesn't realize that the fundamental metric of the scientific method is you must sustain what you say with physical evidence, and what you suggest must be compatible with what is known from previous human experience. You can question any theory you want. Evolutionary theory, atomic theory, theory of relativity. But if you want it to have any academic credibility, you must provide physical evidence to sustain your claims. To question the veracity of a theory without any physical evidence merely shows that you do not understand the scientific method. And yet, in a world with a finite research budget, and one where those who get funded are those who can compete on the world stage, demonstrating such a crass lack of knowledge of the scientific method will be the kiss of death for your academic career, just as surely as not understanding hygiene will be the kiss of death for a medical career. Creationists mistake the dismissal of a baseless statement as prejudice, when in fact it's an action that is required by the scientific method. In this sense, Stein's movie is not so much about prejudice in the scientific community as it is about his own ignorance of the scientific method. Stein's documentary suggesting that those who make baseless claims without physical evidence are being discriminated against is actually a manipulative effort to conflate free speech with the scientific method. Stein predates on the fact that many do not have a clear understanding of the difference between free speech and the scientific method, simply as an intentional effort to spread disinformation about a theory he doesn't like.
Well, but this is kind of, you've put your finger on something very scary, which is that there are very few places where more nonsense is spoken than in universities. I mean, universities, which are supposed to be the residual fortress of knowledge and sense, are the residual fortress of nonsense.
It's really difficult to know what to say about that, other than a man who considers Harvard, Cambridge, Oxford, Princeton, Yale, Caltech, MIT, etc. as fortresses of nonsense is a man who has formally unplugged from reality. It's difficult to contrive what sort of distorted reality Stein lives in, where he thinks the foremost universities of the world are fortresses of nonsense, or indeed what a scientific documentary from such a mind would look like.
When you wish to suggest that somebody is perhaps not the ideal choice,
you rubbish them?
The first stage is to express absolute support.
Why?
Because you don't want to go on record as saying somebody is no good. You must be seen to be their friend. After all, it is necessary to get behind someone before you can stab them in the back.
We wanted to work on this movie, Expelled, because we were concerned that Darwinism, which is a brilliant theory, just beyond words brilliant.
This is a theory which was a brilliant theory in the middle of the 19th century. Well, the issue is that Darwinism, which was a brilliant theory, and that's a brilliant proposition. Darwin was a brilliant guy.
Or any of us connect with the movie says that Darwin was a fool. He was obviously an extraordinary,
they've gone way
genius.
beyond him.
Way beyond, and way beyond.
After all, it is necessary to get behind someone before you can stab them in the back.
Well, the issue is that Darwinism, which was a brilliant theory and a great, great relic of the age of imperialism in the 19th century, this is a theory which was a brilliant theory in the middle of the 19th century. It's the 21st century.
Yeah, and the age of a theory has no bearing whatsoever on its veracity. Newton's theories are over 300 years old, yet they are as valid in macroscopic mechanics today as they were in Newton's time.
Down to its very foundations. If the most they can come up with to go against us is that they didn't get told the name of the movie, we think we're on pretty solid ground. I mean, they should be able to come up with something a heck of a lot better. Those, yes, in fact, we've been extremely satisfied with the reaction, especially of those who are not on our side, with those on the other side, because the most they've been able really to come up with is that when you interviewed us, you didn't tell us the title of the movie. And what I say to them is, we are challenging your whole worldview. We're challenging your whole academic view of the universe, and the most you can come up with to oppose us is that we didn't tell you the name of the movie. There's something very encouraging about that.
Don't worry, Stein. We'll get to the science. But first, let's deal with the subject of academic honesty and why it's important in science. Scientists basically dedicate their lives to furthering the knowledge of mankind. Lying and dishonesty are actively destructive to this goal and are universally the quickest way to end an academic career. It's a zero-tolerance policy. One strike and you're out. Now let's compare this to the conduct of Stein. A producer for Rampart Films contacted P.Z. Myers, an evolutionary biologist, stating, "We are currently in the production of a documentary film, Crossroads, the intersection of science and religion. We are interested in asking you a number of questions about the disconnect/controversy that exists in America between evolution, creationism, and the intelligent design movement." Myers later notes on his blog that now we've got this new ID creationist movie, Expelled, coming out, and there's a press release with this claim. Unlike some other documentary films, Expelled doesn't just talk to people representing one side of the story. The film confronts scientists like Richard Dawkins, author of The God Delusion, influential biologist and atheist blogger P.Z. Myers, and Eugenie Scott, head of the National Center for Science Education. The creators of Expelled crushed the globe over a 2-year period, interviewing scores of scientists, doctors, philosophers, and public leaders. And Stein calls this mere haggling over the title. Bollocks! If you tried this sort of thing in the peer-reviewed literature, they'd cut your balls off. No one would ever waste their time listening to you again. So, yeah, the very founding note of Stein's documentary was intellectual dishonesty. But Stein is right, this point does not deal with the academic quality or content of the film. It merely shows that those who produced this film were willing to be academically dishonest from the very first instant, and that their very first action in putting this documentary together was to violate the primary commandment of scientific investigation. Being honest matters. Now let's take a look at Stein's science.
2 long years traveling all over the United States, all over Europe, interviewing many people.
2 years of traveling the world and talking to people, eh? Wow. Well, let's see how much you've learned, shall we?
They've been thrown out of their academic jobs because they thought that there was a possibility of life coming from something other than Darwinism.
What are you talking about, Steiny? Evolution doesn't say anything about the origin of life. It explains the diversity of life. Just like Newtonian mechanics explains how matter moves, not where it originated from. Just like general relativity describes gravity, but does not explain the origin of gravity. In non-scientific terms, you can learn all sorts of things about music by listening to an orchestra, without actually knowing where or how any of the instruments were made.
We thought that possibly random selection and mutations didn't account for the universe.
Now Stein is just talking utter gibberish. Random selection? I think he means natural selection. But this is part of the theory of evolution. It has nothing to do with the origin of the universe. That would be the Big Bang Theory.
And mutations didn't account for the universe, didn't account for gravity.
No, but then again, Darwin had nothing to say on gravity. Newton was the first player on that one.
Didn't account for why nobody had ever seen an individual species evolve. No one's ever seen an individual species evolve.
No one has ever seen an individual species evolve. Wow, I wonder how much research Stein did on that. Merely type observed instances of speciation into Google and you get a web page with about 30 cases of speciation documented in about 100 articles in the peer-reviewed scientific literature. 2 years of traveling the world and interviewing people, you say, Stein?
You can only say Darwinian causes, random mutation, natural selection, even gravity is supposed to be done by that. And I would say to these people, well, how did life begin? We don't know, but it had to be by Darwinian means.
No. They would simply say, we do not have a comprehensive explanation for the origin of life. Only in Stein's paranoid fantasies would there be any mention of Darwin.
Well, how did gravity begin? We don't know, but it had to be by Darwinian means.
Maybe in Stein's poor delusional mind they would. But in reality they would say, what are you talking about, Stein? Gravity has nothing to do with evolution, or Darwin.
Why does it have to be that way? Why couldn't there have been an intelligent designer?
Because, Stein, for it to be science, it has to constitute a growth in the knowledge of mankind. The supernatural, by definition, cannot be studied by naturalistic means. It is, by definition, an unknown. Proposing the supernatural as an explanation for anything is merely replacing one unknown, say for instance where did the universe come from, with another one, the supernatural. The supernatural is nothing more than an intellectually lazy patch used by the weak-minded to cover unknowns, such that they can create a comfortable delusion of knowledge for themselves. While this may be reassuring for creationists, it merely inhibits the growth of knowledge. Putting supernatural stickers on everything that is currently unexplained is merely a path to an intellectual dead end. This is why scientists do not pursue this intellectually pointless exercise. Okay, so let's summarize Stein's depth of knowledge on evolution.
We were concerned that Darwinism, which is a brilliant theory, just beyond words brilliant, and explains a great deal about microevolution within species, was being taught as the only scientific explanation for creation.
Nope, evolution explains the diversity of life, not the origin of life.
For development of life, for development from inorganic to organic matter.
Nope, evolution explains the diversity of life. Inorganic matter, as carbon-free material, cannot by definition develop into organic, as carbon-containing material.
For explanation of every kind of science, even astronomy.
Nope, the theory explains the diversity of life has nothing to say on astronomy.
Even physics.
Nope, evolution explains the diversity of life, not physics.
Even thermodynamics.
Nope, the variation of allele frequencies in populations suffering environmental attrition has nothing to do with thermodynamics. So, in summary, Stein's education on evolution could be surpassed by anyone who takes 5 minutes to read the Wikipedia entry, or any other encyclopedia entry for that matter on the subject.
But Darwinism explains so little. It doesn't explain how life began. It doesn't explain how gravity works to keep the planets in their orbits. It doesn't explain how thermodynamics works. It doesn't explain how physics or the laws of motion work. But I'm willing to agree. I could be wrong. I'm often wrong. I'm very often wrong.
Here's a heads up for your next documentary, Stein. The correct order to do things is to learn something about the subject before you make the documentary, not the other way around.
April 18th,
yes.
And the movie is called
It's what Expelled, No Intelligence Allowed.
Expelled, No Intelligence Allowed. That says it all. Man, thank you so much.
Now, you've been screening this in front of a lot of church leaders and the faith community. What kind of response are you getting?
Phenomenally good. Breathtakingly good. Just incredibly good. Routinely standing ovations, tears rolling down people's cheeks. Very, very good response indeed.
Ben Stein's movie Expelled is currently rated at 9% on the movie review site Rotten Tomatoes. And just to put that into perspective, Catwoman in 2005 won Golden Raspberries in the categories of Worst Picture, Worst Actress, Worst Director and Worst Screenplay, and even at that actually carries a better rating than Expelled.
Routinely standing ovations, tears rolling down people's cheeks. And the father would be off at compulsory work, the mother would have already been gassed, so they would take the child and give him or her an overdose of barbiturates to kill him.
And that was horrifying beyond words. And that's where, in my opinion, this is just an opinion, that's where science leads you.
That's right.
Love of God and compassion and empathy leads you to a very glorious place. Science leads you to killing people.
Yeah. Good word. Good word.
Science leads you to killing people. Yeah. Good word. Good word.
It's frankly revolting that Stein found anyone who would agree with such a sickening opinion. A few of the things that science has done for us. Science has extended the average lifespan from about 25 to 70 years. Science has eradicated smallpox, which in the 20th century alone killed about 500 million people. That's about 10 times the military death toll of the same period. The Haber process is estimated to feed about 1/3 of the people on the planet. That's a single scientific discovery which feeds about 2 billion people. The numbers saved by water treatment are in the billions, and these are just a few of the effects that most people are not aware of. Scientific understanding permeates virtually every aspect of our lives. It brings us clean water, ample food, modern medicine, worldwide travel, instant worldwide communication, and so on. After this, it's not difficult to see why Stein's appraisal that science leads to killing people is frankly sickening. However, Stein also seems to have an equally callow commitment to his statements on religion too.
Yet leader of a huge army with advanced weapons. There was Hugo Chavez of Venezuela, who openly worships Fidel Castro, who's turned Venezuela into a shambles, but is one of our main sources of oil. Not President Body, but President Spirit was Kim Jong-il, the dear leader of North Korea. It's the most repressive state on earth, with an enormous military, nuclear weapons, and missiles capable of reaching Japan. When I saw these guys, I got a queasy feeling. What if Ahmadinejad attacked Saudi Arabia and blocked the Straits of Hormuz? What if North Korea, just out of the whims of its dear leader, attacked South Korea and started rocket bombing Tokyo? What if China chose that moment to attack Taiwan? What would we do if they did all this simultaneously? We don't have much more than a few 100,000 combat-ready soldiers and Marines. Roughly half of them are tied down in Iraq. We don't have anything like what we need to repel North Korea, help the Saudis repel Iran, and stop the Chinese from invading Taiwan all at once. The fact is, in our rich nation of 300 million, we can barely field a military force that can fight one fairly small guerrilla war, let alone protect the world from dangers like Ahmadinejad and the dear leader of North Korea. The dangerous truth is we are a naked, vulnerable superpower unless we went to the nuclear option immediately, an obviously terrifying outcome for everyone. We've let this nation's military shrivel and get ground down to a nub while we've cut taxes and created a huge deficit and high prosperity. This is terrifying stuff.
Stein, you seem to have forgotten your earlier pious statements about the love of God and compassion and empathy leading you to a glorious place. This is a man fantasizing about a conflict that cannot happen as a selling point for expanding the US military budget from one that constitutes about half of the world's military spending to one capable of world conquest. Firstly, none of the conflicts of Stein's violent fantasies involve self-defense. They involve attacking other countries, foreign entanglements, and for some strange reason the presumption that the only conceivable resolution of his fantasies is the US declaring war on almost everyone. Naturally, in reality, the leash of globalization has meant that countries really do not have that much latitude on their actions. The soft power exercised by global trade, and that includes the 95% of the people on Earth who are not American, is an effective and benign stabilizing influence. It's difficult to contrive that a military-industrial complex capable of challenging the rest of the world could be trusted to exercise the self-control of not attaining that which it desires through the implementation of its uncontested military power. This is an instrument that mankind would be better off not constructing. However, I am curious as to how Stein reconciles his violent fantasies about the US going to war with a significant portion of the rest of the world in self-defense, with his statements about love of God, compassion and empathy leading you to a glorious place, while science leads you to killing people.
Very much in my heart. I've always questioned Darwinism because Darwinism leads to social Darwinism, the belief that some races are superior to other races.
Naturally, Stein has a very good point here, that populations declaring themselves better than everyone else by some divine order is unhealthy for civilizations. Unfortunately, Stein's religion involves the belief that he is a member of a divinely appointed race, of God's chosen people.
They got a hearing before a judge who said, intelligent design isn't science. And they're now proudly touting that. That doesn't mean a thing. Courts also say that abortion is clearly legal and is not murder, and that's nonsense too. Courts until 1954 said that black people could not sit next to white people in schools. Courts until the Civil War said that black people were just slavery or just chattel like furniture or horses. So what courts say doesn't dictate anything to me in terms of what's right or wrong.
Yeah.
I am an economist by training from Columbia. I worked as an economist very briefly. Then I went to Yale Law School, and then I was a trial lawyer for a while. So what courts say doesn't dictate anything to me in terms of what's right or wrong.
Yeah.
For a man with a law degree, Stein seems to show a pretty contemptuous regard for the rule of law and its necessity for a safe and stable civilization. Indeed, he seems to be flirting with the idea that you shouldn't obey laws if you don't like them. Jolly good for the spirit, I'm sure, but regrettably, if obeying the law becomes optional, then there is no rule of law. A civilization where there is no rule of law is called an anarchy.
I am an economist by training from Columbia. I worked as an economist very briefly. Then I went to Yale Law School, and
But this is kind of you've put your finger on something very scary, which is that there are very few places where more nonsense is spoken than in universities. I mean, universities, which are supposed to be the residual fortress of knowledge and sense, are the residual fortress of nonsense.
You know, we've got only a couple minutes left. You've got the floor. Why should people, just talk to the audience there, why should they go see Expelled, No Intelligence Allowed?
Because we'd like them to have a vision of mankind as being something other than specks of mud and specks of dirt hit by lightning. We'd like them to have a vision of mankind as having a divine origin. We'd like them to have a vision that they and their fellow human beings are in touch with the divine spirit and that they owe it to themselves.
We can barely field a military force that can fight one fairly small guerrilla war.
To treat other people as if they were part of the divine.
We don't have much more than a few 100,000 combat-ready soldiers and Marines.
And they owe it to themselves to respect themselves and their bodies.
The dangerous truth is we are a naked, vulnerable superpower.
As if they were a part of the divine, and to know that they are in touch with the divine spirit in the universe. And gives them hope.
Unless we went to the nuclear option immediately, an obviously terrifying outcome for everyone.
Good. Good word. You might be a rabbi or a preacher someday. That was good.
Thank you very much.
Just add it to your list there.
Praise from Caesar is praise indeed. Thank you very much.
Ben Stein.
The dangerous truth is we are a naked, vulnerable superpower. Unless we went to the nuclear option immediately, an obviously terrifying outcome for everyone. We've let this nation's military shrivel and get ground down to a nub. Ground down to a nub.
No matter how many molecules you can produce with early Earth conditions, plausible conditions, you're still nowhere near producing a living cell. And here's how I know. If I take a sterile test tube and I put in it a little bit of fluid with just the right salts, just the right balance of acidity and alkalinity, just the right temperature, the perfect solution for a living cell, and I put in it one living cell. This cell is alive. It has everything it needs for life. Now I take a sterile needle and I poke that cell, and all its stuff leaks out into this test tube. You have in this nice little test tube all the molecules you need for a living cell. Not just the pieces of the molecules, but the molecules themselves. And you cannot make a living cell out of them. You can't put Humpty Dumpty back together again. So what makes you think that a few amino acids dissolved in the ocean are going to give you a living cell? It's totally unrealistic.
In simplistic terms, these creationists seem to think that the mere existence of an irreversible reaction disproves evolution. The answer to this specific question is of course trivial. The bacteria is not a simple organism. It's a grizzled heavyweight that has survived 4 billion years in an environment of harsh competition and is one of the most durable organisms on Earth. Now perform this same experiment with the bacteria's primitive relatives 4 billion years back, in the times when it was debatable whether it should be classified as life or merely a few primitive, inefficient, self-replicating reactions, and this would have arguably produced a different result. Further, such an experiment should really take into account the planetary quantities of organic matter on Earth, not merely a test tube. Most of the organic matter on Earth was organic long before it was living organic matter. There was still about 500 billion tons of organic matter on Earth before life. And for those who are kind of fuzzy what organic matter is, it's largely any compound of carbon, methane, ethane, methylamine, methanol, etc. And in the molecular composition of the universe, these compounds are not even remotely rare. However, in metaphorical terms, claiming the inability of an irreversibly burst cell to reassemble as proof that abiogenesis is impossible is like claiming that if Galileo and co-workers were given a laptop with all the knowledge necessary to build a space probe, then their inability to build that space probe, basically an irreversible reaction, would prove that it's impossible to build space probes. Galileo lived in the days before electricity, before the days of the discovery of atoms or even chemistry, before the days of Newtonian physics, all those tough rules of motion like the harder you shove it, the faster it moves, and if you don't do anything to it, then nothing happens. Rules of motion that took civilization about 4,000 years to work out. Before the days of mechanical engineering and materials, before the days of water treatment, in the days when the only things that flew were birds and so on. Now put that same laptop in the team of NASA engineers and they could easily construct a probe. But to Galileo and co-workers it would have been a few hours of magical light and then after that an interesting sculpture made of bizarre metals and strange non-wooden materials. Indeed, the growth of knowledge makes an interesting metaphor for evolution. Good ideas are kept and propagated in the collective mind of the superorganism while bad ones are generally discarded. It is primarily this informational evolution that has built our civilization, which we are almost entirely dependent on. However, our dependence on the infrastructure is also a weakness of the superorganism. Destroy the infrastructure and crucially the knowledge to rebuild it, and we live like tribal apes again. This point is something I was made aware of in my youth. When I was growing up in the UK there was a real threat of a third world nuclear war.
If attack is imminent, you will hear the attack sound like this.
We had what was called the 4-minute warning, which was about the warning you would get before the nukes started going off in the UK. Most of the public warning videos focused on what those near the target should do, and what those downwind of them, who would get whacked by the fallout, should do. However, the macroscopic calculations were different. What would be truly devastating for the UK was not the blast or the fallout, but the destruction of infrastructure. The UK currently has a population of about 60 million. Without the infrastructure, electricity, water supply, unhindered modern agriculture and imports, it can support about 6 million. The approximate death toll from a nuclear strike and fallout would kill about 10 million. The significant majority would have died from loss of infrastructure. Without the infrastructure, the superorganism cannot survive in its current state. The mechanism which enabled this destructive possibility was, of course, discovered by scientists, albeit at a time when such a project would have received almost universal public support, given that it was known that the Nazis were working on similar weapons. Only those inexperienced in game theory would have played the high moral ground there.
However, ultimately, enough of these devices were made to destroy our entire infrastructure and take us back to the Stone Age. Thankfully, those who made the decisions were familiar with the no-win situation. Once summed up by Sagunists, it's like two sworn enemies, one with 3 matches, the other with 5, standing waist-deep in gasoline. Since then, our infrastructure has flourished and allowed us to achieve great things. This is the paradox of creationism. Without the first world infrastructure built on science, it's doubtful whether they would live long enough to field an opinion on the subject. And even if they did, it's doubtful whether they would have enough time left, after trying to find enough food to survive the winter, to preach the evils that science brings by leading people away from their particular brand of creationism. Basically, the only reason we have people like preachers is because our infrastructure feeds, waters and keeps these people clean, warm and healthy. And then in an act of supreme ingratitude, they use the time that they would have otherwise spent trying to stave off starvation to attack the very scientific method responsible for providing their last meal.
That's right.
Love of God and compassion and empathy leads you to a very glorious place. Science leads you to killing people.
Yeah. Good word. Good word.
However, if it were merely ingratitude, I wouldn't have too much trouble with creationism. But by attacking the scientific method, they undermine our ability to harden and advance the infrastructure of our civilization. Few who have insight into the vulnerability of life on Earth, let alone the knife edge our civilization is balanced on, would be bold enough to claim that we are capable of surviving any challenge thrown at us. Civilization has been good to me, and I want it to live, thrive and survive long beyond my life. Life, let alone intelligent life, is so exceptionally rare in our universe that it would be a tragedy, almost the most abhorrent crime, to let such a gem fail simply because mine stood idle while snake oil salesmen sold the comfortable fantasy that an invisible super sky daddy would take care of all of their problems if they telepathically told them that they loved him. Those conmen and daydreamers intimidated by reality, whose vision does not extend beyond the blink of an eye of the individual life and into the future of mankind.
Let me say something about Harry Potter. Warlocks are enemies of God. And I don't care what kind of hero they are. They're an enemy of God. And had it been in the Old Testament, Harry Potter would have been put to death.
Those without the vision to understand that simply because our civilization looks stable to the eyes of a human, that they think that this means the status quo will persist indefinitely. Not only are these creationists willfully ignorant in acknowledging the quality of life that the scientific method has delivered them, they are willing to attack it and to undermine the potential of our civilization to deal with the unknown challenges that it will undoubtedly face. They make real scientists waste their time dealing with the intentional disinformation sown by braying creationist arguments, specifically targeted at those who do not have the education to realize that these arguments were intellectually gutted decades ago. They are willing to jeopardize the future ability of our infrastructure and the survivability of our civilization simply so they can indulge in their comfortable fantasies. Their religion may not have any morals or ethics about the future of our civilization, but I do. As your God was clearly too involved to give you any clear guidance on this, allow a man whose magic would have made any Bronze Age miracles seem like cheap party stunts to give you a word of advice. Believe whatever you want to believe, but temper it with the perspective of the standard of living delivered to you by materialistic science. Remember that science does not preclude you from indulging in whatever fantasies blow your metaphorical skirt up. So do not hamstring those who dedicate their lives to the development of the infrastructure we all rely on for our survival and for our quality of life, and which ultimately may hold the balance of the future existence of life on Earth.
and it is really the central question. Can you look the country in the eye and say, I have the experience and I have the ability to be not just vice president, but perhaps president of the United States of America?
I do, Charlie.
Meet Sarah Palin, creationist. If this man wins the US elections in November and dies in office, this means Palin will become president. Sarah Palin has given almost no interviews. The following is taken from a 10-minute clip of one of her interviews.
I believe that under the leadership, I believe that
Okay, so she believes in things. What sort of things does she believe in?
That our leaders, our national leaders, are sending them out on a task that is from God. That's what we have to make sure that we're praying for, that there is a plan and that that plan is God's plan. So bless them with your prayers of protection over our soldiers.
So this woman believes that starting a war with Iraq was a mission from God, and that praying will protect the soldiers. Personally, I would have gone for body armour, as it seems to have a significantly better track record at stopping bullets than prayer. But then again, this is merely the suggested best course of action from the godless science that shows that the Earth is not about 6,000 years old, contrary to Palin's beliefs. Other than that, Palin seems to believe in not blinking and incessantly calling the host Charlie.
you can't blink. You can't blink. So I didn't blink then even. We must not blink, Charlie. I do, Charlie, and to this table, Charlie. But Charlie again. In what respect, Charlie? Charlie, you're God-given, Charlie. The task is from God, Charlie.
In her youth, Palin was a beauty queen contestant, which may go some way to explaining her communicative skills.
I believe that under the leaders that I believe
that our education, like such as in South Africa and the Iraq, everywhere like such as, and...
Now many open-minded and fair people will at this point be calling this a cheap and unjustified shot. I contest this. I want you to mark the following responses by Miss Teen South Carolina and Sarah Palin for articulacy, content, and how many coherent sentences they actually managed to compose. Bear in mind that one of these is widely seen as one of the most nonsensical answers ever captured on tape, while the other is delivered by someone who is running for the Vice President of the United States. I stress, both answers are completely unedited.
A fifth of Americans can't locate the U.S. on a world map. Why do you think this is? I personally believe that U.S. Americans are unable to do so because some people out there in our nation don't have maps, and I believe that our education, like such as in
Do we have the right to be making cross-border attacks into Pakistan from Afghanistan, with or without the approval of the Pakistani government?
As for our right to invade, we're going to work with these countries, building new relationships, working with existing allies, but forging new also, in order to, Charlie, get to a point in this world where war is not going to be a first option. In fact, war has got to be, and military strike, a last option.
But Governor, I'm asking you, we have the right, in your mind, to go across the border with or without the approval of the Pakistani government?
And in case you think this is merely an isolated instance, this woman has given a few interviews. This is a clip from another interview.
Class families who are struggling with health care, housing, gas, and groceries. Allow them to spend more and put more money into the economy instead of helping these big financial institutions that played a role in creating this mess.
That's why I say I, like every American I'm speaking with, we're ill about this position that we have been put in, where it is the taxpayers looking to bail out. But ultimately, what the bailout does is help those who are concerned about the health care reform that is needed to help shore up our economy, helping the... It's got to be all about job creation, too, shoring up our economy and putting it back on the right track. So healthcare reform and reducing taxes and reining in spending has got to accompany tax reductions and tax relief for Americans. And trade, we've got to see trade as opportunity, not as a competitive, scary thing, but 1 in 5 jobs being created in the trade sector today. We've got to look at that as more opportunity. All those things under the umbrella of job creation. This bailout is a part of that.
Did you get that? If John McCain wins, this woman will be one 72-year-old's heartbeat away from being President of the United States. And if that doesn't scare the hell out of you, it should. I'm 65 and have been covering politics as you have for a long time. That is one of the most pathetic pieces of tape I have ever seen for someone aspiring to one of the highest offices in this country. That's all I have to say.
What insight into Russian actions, particularly in the last couple of weeks, does the proximity of the state give you?
They're our next-door neighbors, and you can actually see Russia from land here in Alaska.
You've cited Alaska's proximity to Russia as part of your foreign policy experience. What did you mean by that?
That Alaska has a very narrow maritime border between a foreign country, Russia, and on our other side, the land boundary that we have with Canada. It's funny that a comment like that was kind of made to, I don't know, reporters.
Mocked?
Yeah, mocked, I guess that's the word, yeah.
Mocked, and rightly so. This is a price-winningly stupid answer. If Palin thinks that being able to see Russia counts as foreign policy experience, then being able to use Google Earth makes you a world-class foreign policy guru. Indeed, by Palin's reasoning, the ability to see ballistic missile subs in Russian harbours gives you expertise in TAC nuke exchanges, while being able to see fast attack Russian nuclear subs and aircraft carriers in America gives you experience in naval warfare.
Have you ever met a foreign head of state?
I have not, and I think if you go back in history and if you ask that question of many vice presidents, they may have the same answer that I just gave you.
In fact, every vice president in the last 32 years and every living vice president has met a foreign head of state before taking office. More lying or simply not knowing.
Do you agree with the Bush doctrine?
In what respect, Charlie?
The Bush. Well, what do you interpret it to be?
His worldview?
No, the Bush doctrine, enunciated September 2002.
So Palin doesn't know what the Bush doctrine is. This is breathtaking ignorance. The Bush doctrine, invented by this man.
I call upon all nations to do everything they can to stop these terrorist killers. Thank you. Now watch this drive.
The man who declared mission accomplished before he decided to stay the course. The guy who started the war that Palin thinks was a mission from God. The Bush doctrine is the root cause of arguably the biggest US foreign policy blunder since Vietnam. That's about 50 years. You might have thought that Palin would have had at least a superficial insight into the political happenings of our own country over the last 8 years.
The Bush doctrine, as I understand it, is that we have the right of anticipatory self-defense, that we have the right to a preemptive strike against any other country that we think is going to attack us. Do you agree with that?
Charlie, if there is legitimate and enough intelligence
What we're giving you are facts and conclusions based on solid intelligence
that tells us that a strike is imminent.
We know where they are. They're in the area around Tikrit and Baghdad.
We cannot wait for the final proof, the smoking gun that could come in the form of a mushroom cloud.
Against American people, we have every right to defend our country.
However, Palin does make the odd comment that I agree with.
I believe that what President Bush has attempted to do is rid this world of Islamic extremism, terrorists who are hell-bent on destroying our nation. There have been blunders along the way, though. There have been mistakes made. And with new leadership, and that's the beauty of American elections, of course, and democracy, is with new leadership comes opportunity to do things better.
Yeah, that's right. This is the beauty of democratic elections. You get to change your leaders for the better, and you do this by learning from the mistakes of the past. If there is one lesson that America should have learnt over the last 8 years, it's that having a grade A moron and screw-up artist as a leader is a bad thing. Please, America, don't make the same mistake again.
Here's a few other things about naturalism that I think you should know. People like Richard Dawkins or the Amazing Atheist or Thunderf00t, they're basically saying this, and I want to kind of make an analogy. They're basically children in a sandbox playing with sand, saying, look at the pretty sand, look how it flows. And that's about it. And that's all they're doing. They look at the world as it is and say, you know, there's a chemical reaction happening, that's how it works, and that's it. And that's all that exists. Well, hey, wonderful, children can do that. Not very intelligent, if you ask me. I mean, anyone can do that. It takes someone who likes to employ reason and thinking and philosophy to get outside of just what the five senses present to us, which is all these naturalists here on YouTube seem to be capable of doing. They've never employed any critical thinking to try and, again, get outside the box.
Okay, so according to this creationist, believing in things for which there is absolutely no evidence for is a good thing. Fantastic fantasy, Batman. Why bore ourselves with the little sandbox of reality when we can expand our remit to the world of comfortable delusional fantasy? I know. Let's believe, for instance, that this creationist is actually a stupidity mirage, caused by Jabba the Hutt eating too many psychedelic stupidity frogs who have been gorged on concentrated hallucinogenic stupidity flies, luxuriously soaked in stupidity juices until they were juicy and succulent. After all, why labour your mind with such trivial practicalities as reality when you can simply embark on a flight of fantasy and believe in anything? I'll tell you why. Because it saves lives, because it alleviates suffering, because it makes people's lives better. Pointing question, take HIV protease. You're now on the forefront of AIDS research. Inhibiting this enzyme could save tens of thousands, maybe even millions of lives. Designing an inhibitor is contingent on the union of several fields of research involving quantum chemistry, molecular dynamics simulations, biological identification of substrate and insight into possible inhibitors, testing mutant enzymes, and of course double-blind clinical trials. It's your call, PCS. What do you choose to do?
But it's their bias, it's their naturalistic worldview, which we've shown you, kind of limited and kind of closed-minded and self-refuting and circular.
Okay, so PCS doesn't want to go with all that naturalistic scientific nonsense. What do you want to go for, PCS?
This is planet Earth. And that circle there, that's the universe, the natural world. Now, the atheist and the naturalist, you see, they only believe in things inside that circle. They don't want to think about things that exist outside of it. They refuse to believe that anything exists out there.
Oh, great solution, PCS. Let's start considering stuff for which there is absolutely no evidence. Maybe AIDS is the misfiring of a cosmic prayer camp. Maybe AIDS is someone outside the universe trying to communicate with us. Maybe those who die of AIDS gain eternal life. And how much closer has any of this idle speculation of thinking outside reality got you to inhibiting HIV protease? And while you are idly fantasizing, PCS, people are dying and suffering. How many are you willing to sacrifice for your self-gratificational luxury of idly kicking your feet in the pool of ignorance?
We deserve to die. That's what the Bible teaches. Sorry if you don't like that.
I would go with the immaculate track record of discovery of scientific naturalism. Quantum and Newtonian mechanics, atomistic understanding, chemical and biochemical knowledge, DNA, cellular and enzymatic activity, Brownian diffusion and statistical thermodynamics, polymer and material science, thermodynamics and semiconductor technology, and so on. These are just a few of the disciplines that have a track record of producing the best HIV protease inhibitors in the world. Like it or not, you live in a civilization that is a monument to these godless scientific principles, to which you doubtless already owe your life several times over to. I know I certainly do. You want a society without it? Open a history book, and you'll see what a civilization that embraces the supernatural looks like. Diseases, possession by demons, crop failures happen when a supernatural being is angry, and thunderstorms are where God goes bowling, and so on. Now we've seen what a world looks like that accepts supernaturalistic explanations. PCS, you embody what is wrong with religion, selfishly sucking to the dregs every last drop from the cup of technological boon that scientific understanding has delivered to mankind. You gorge yourself fit to burst on the comforts and sweet fruits laid out on the table of scientific advances, and then with an arrogant laugh you attack the table of plenty with an axe.
So I just want to show you what this new camera can do and tell you a little bit about it. It is portable, so I can take it outside, which I did, and I'll show you some clips. It's got microphone inputs, so I can get some professional quality sound. I can even make DVDs and Blu-ray discs, which you guys can order. That's probably something we can do in the future. I can upload higher quality videos both to YouTube and other sites like Vimeo.com, which can take high definition videos. So there's a lot of things that we can do, things that I'm excited about. So I'm just going to show you some clips in this video of what this camera can do. So again, thanks Rick for this camera. It's amazing, and I'm excited to see what we can do with it. So this is Venom Fang X in high definition, high definition, high definition. It's their naturalistic worldview, which we've shown you, kind of limited and kind of closed-minded and self-refuting and circular.
You set all that scientific naturalism has delivered to you and billions of others as to naught, and then claim that the very mechanism that furnished you with a lifestyle that can only be described as paradise compared to those who lived only a few hundred years ago should be abandoned by decree of your personal whim. With a smile on your face, you advocate the abandonment of scientific naturalism. How selfish of you, sir. With a tune on your heart, you gleefully point the path back to the Dark Ages and encourage people to follow, promoting a path that leads to needless death and suffering. You are the very epitome of evil.
People like Richard Dawkins or the amazing atheist or Thunderf00t, they're basically saying this, and I want to kind of make an analogy. They're basically children in a sandbox playing with sand, saying, look at the pretty sand, look how it flows, and that's about it. And that's all they're doing. They look at the world as it is and say, you know, there's a chemical reaction happening, that's how it works, and that's it. And that's all it exists. Well, hey, wonderful, children can do that. Not very intelligent, if you ask me. I mean, anyone can do that. And that's all they're doing. They look at the world as it is and say, you know, there's a chemical reaction happening, that's how it works, and that's it. And that's all it exists. Well, hey, wonderful, children can do that. Not very intelligent, if you ask me. I mean, anyone can do that.
Aren't you going to chuckle? There's nothing to chuckle about.
Hey everyone, I want to talk to you about the Bible.
I believe the Bible is the infallible, inspired, inerrant word of the living God. I believe it from cover to cover. Amen. And I believe the evolution theory that's being taught in our schools is one of the dumbest and most dangerous religions in the history of humanity.
I think the Bible is the most scientifically accurate book in the entire world.
Do you like being on the cutting edge of knowledge? The Bible has always been years ahead of scientists and is one of the most advanced science books around. In its pages are the answers to the mysteries of life and the invisible laws of the universe.
If you look at what the Bible says, if we start with the revealed Word of God and we build our thinking on the Bible, it tells us about the history of the universe from beginning to end.
You see, people don't realize that the Bible has offered some of the greatest scientific knowledge that we have today. The book of Jonah, chapter 2, verses 5 through 6, mention mountains at the bottom of the oceans.
Jonah? Jonah. The story about the man being eaten by the giant fish. I just want to check that you're submitting a story about a man being eaten by a giant fish and then living in its belly for 3 days as proof of the Bible's scientific accuracy?
The Bible does not contradict science. As a matter of fact, science ultimately ends up confirming the things that are in the Bible.
Well, okay, let's take a look at the Bible, shall we? It's Jonah 2:6. Jonah has already been eaten by the giant fish at this point and has been inside its belly for 3 days. Surprisingly, Jonah has not yet asphyxiated, something that typically happens within about 3 minutes of being deprived of oxygen, presumably demonstrating, using biblical science, that you do not need to breathe if you're swallowed by a giant fish. Anyway, having nothing better to do, Jonah decides to pray. One of the lines of his prayer is, "To the roots of the mountains I sank down. The earth beneath barred me in forever. But you brought my life up from the pit, O Lord my God." And after some more praying, God eventually tells the fish to spit Jonah out. Firstly, this says nothing explicitly about undersea mountains, just the roots or base of the mountains. But let's ignore that for the moment and assume it is actually talking about undersea mountains. Secondly, of course, it's not actually revealed by God. This is just a prayer offered by a man in the belly of a giant fish. And our creationist thinks that this constitutes scientific knowledge delivered to mankind by an omnipotent God who communicates with people by sending giant fish to eat them, and then conveys his divine knowledge of things as useful as, well, at best undersea mountains, by an ambiguous line in a prayer uttered from within the belly of that fish. Furthermore, it is explicit that this omnipotent being considers this obscure information more important than, say, for instance, antibiotics.
The book of Job 26:7 teaches that the earth floats free in heaven, that is not hung on any particular thing. This is something that science has been able to confirm, and the Bible was so far ahead of its time.
Sure, let's take a look at the book of Job, shall we? Job, that great Bible story about how God has a chat with Satan, who he then lets butcher the entire family of Job, steal all of his cattle, destroy his house, and cover him up and down in biblical-grade plague boils, just to test his faith. And then after this has been going on for some chapters, and Job finally asks why this is happening to him, God turns up as a whirlwind. Yeah, a whirlwind. Well, I know what you're thinking. Maybe his burning bush and thunderstorm outfits were still at the dry cleaners and he was all out of giant fish. Anyway, basically, God turns up and chastises Job for not being omnipotent by such biblical science factors.
Or who shut up the sea with doors when it brake forth, as if it had issued out of the womb?
And
will the unicorn be willing to serve thee, or abide by thy crib?
Anyway, back to the creationists' scientific proof in this story. Right, so at this point, Job has basically had all of his family killed, is covered in boils, and is still singing the praises of God, whom he describes as, "He stretches out the north over the empty place, and hangeth the earth upon nothing." Right, that's referring to the way the stars apparently move around the pole star. Anyone who sits out under the stars on a clear night will notice this, which is why it's been known about since antiquity. Hung upon nothing simply describes the fact that the sky apparently spins on an axis, even though you cannot see the axis. Of course, this is not revealed by God in this story, but it's Job's opinion of God. You'll remember that the revealed truth of God in this story was about shutting up the sea with doors and having the unicorn as a servant. But let's just highlight the primitive nature of this book and keep reading. 2 lines later, Job is still describing God. "He holdeth back the face of his throne, and spreadeth his clouds upon it." Yeah, okay, well, that's pretty much gibberish. "He hath compassed the waters with bounds, until day and night come to an end. The pillars of heaven tremble, and are astonished at his reproof." Oh dear, I think the divinely inspired inerrant word of God has just formally derailed. Yeah, I know, pause for creationist protestations on how reading the actual context that he never bothered to do is not reading it in context. Okay, Mr. Creationist, let's give this one last go, shall we?
Now, for my favorite bit of scientific information comes from the book of Ecclesiastes. Chapter 1, verse 6. It says, "The wind goeth toward the south, and turneth about unto the north. It whirleth about continually, and the wind returneth again according to his circuits." Wind traveling in a circuit. It's a jet stream. The Bible, the author of this book, knew of the jet streams.
Well, let's start with the demonstrably wrong stuff. The jet streams are winds that circumnavigate the Earth from west to east. They do not go in a circuit from north to south. Now, rather than reading a single ambiguous line that references wind, ignoring most of what it actually says and then interpreting what's left with a very wide brush such that it might represent almost any atmospheric phenomenon, let's read what it actually says. First of all, the book of Ecclesiastes starts, "The words of the preacher, the son of David, king in Jerusalem." Okay, so you've got that. These are basically the words of a preacher in Jerusalem. A few lines later we come to the bit that the creationist is claiming some divine scientific insight. Let's read from the Creationist's Bible, shall we? "A generation passeth away, and another generation cometh, but the earth abideth forever." No, the earth will not abide forever. The earth's lifetime will be finite. "The sun also ariseth, and the sun goeth down, hasteth to his place where he arose." Well, actually the sun's not a he, it's an inanimate ball of gas. But secondly, the sun doesn't hasteth anywhere. The sun's apparent movement is due to the rotation of the earth. The sun's not actually hastething around anywhere.
Only the divine creator who created the jet streams would know of them at that point in time. And he decided to include that knowledge in the Bible.
What a fascinating line of reasoning. I wonder what else we can prove using this creationist logic. Well, Tolkien wrote about hobbits almost 100 years before the discovery of Homo florensis. Therefore, only the divine creator who created the hobbits would know about them at that time. And he decided to include that knowledge in The Hobbit. Yep, using this great line of creationist reasoning, the Bible has now reached the scientific credibility levels of The Hobbit.
The Bible does not contradict science. As a matter of fact, science ultimately ends up confirming the things that are in the Bible.
Piranhas, ruthless pack killing machines, right? But notice, even in the feeding frenzy, they don't kill each other. Piranhas do not believe in a god, yet they don't do whatever they want. Where do these ruthless killing machines get their moral code about not killing each other from? Well, let's listen to a creationist try to explain this, shall we? This is Ravi Zacharias, who deems himself mighty among Christian apologetics. Firstly, the preacher attempts to gain authority from recalling some anecdotal story of how he converted some skeptical heckler at some top university event. The psychology is simple. I bested an aggressively skeptical intellectual with this argument, so this is a good reason for you to accept it. This is a common ruse among preachers who gleefully bask with smug satisfaction as they recall their stories about how they wittily and roundly demolished these hapless straw-stuffed opponents. In the current context, the migration of the location of the events points to a completely fictitious account engineered to manipulate the audience.
I remember years ago at the University of Nottingham, as I said to the student at Harvard, the student stood up and said to me, there's no such being as God because of all the evil that is around in the world. I said, can we talk on that for a few moments? He said, yes. I said, remain standing. I'll talk to you. I said, when you say just such a thing as good, aren't you assuming there's such a thing as evil? That is correct, he said. Aren't you assuming there's such a thing as good? He said, yes. I said, when you say there's such a thing as evil, aren't you assuming there's such a thing as a moral law on the basis of which to differentiate between good and evil? I said, when you say there's such a thing as good, you must assume a moral law. He said, all right, I'll grant you that. I said, but when you say there's such a thing as a moral law, you must posit a moral lawgiver. But that's whom you're trying to disprove and not prove. If there's no moral lawgiver, there's no moral law. If there's no moral law, there's no good. If there's no good, there's no evil. What is your question? And I said, but if you posit such a thing as a moral law, you must posit a moral lawgiver, but that's whom you're trying to disprove, sir, and not prove. If there's no moral lawgiver, there's no moral law. If there's no moral law, there's no good. If there's no good, there's no evil. What is your question?
And pause for the easily impressed audience. So that's how Zach sells his snake oil. List a series of points which everyone agrees with, put in your bogus claim about God done it, then quickly recite off all the points of agreement to get the applause from the flock. Can anyone say intentionally deceptive? So let's see what else we can prove with Zach's argument. I was talking with an atheist who did not believe that God ejected, so I said to him, if you assume there is such a thing as dark, are you not assuming that there is such a thing as night? He said, yes. By assuming there is such a thing as night, are you not assuming that there is such a thing as day? He thought about it and eventually said, yes. By assuming there is such a thing as day, are you not assuming there is such a thing as sunrise? He agreed. So I said to him, if you accept that there is such a thing as sunrise, then you must accept that there is a supernatural, all-powerful being lifting the sun into the air on a giant jack. If God is not jacking it, there is no sunrise. If there is no sunrise, there is no light. If there is no light, there is no dark. Oh, what is your question? Yep, that's right. Proposing a supernatural explanation for sunrise is just as credible as proposing one for morality. So what is the naturalistic explanation for the origin of morals? How do piranhas know not to kill each other without a supernatural commandment forbidding it? Morals specifically relate to the behavior of individuals within societies. You don't have to think about the required properties of a stable society long to realize that it's impossible to have a society without certain morals. The most obvious example is, of course, if you go and kill other members of the society will not propagate effectively and there will not be a stable society. This is largely true whether it be wolves, apes, big cats, killer whales, piranhas or people. Trust is largely the same. For instance, wolves will pool caring for their cubs, but don't eat each other just because no one else is looking. So where is the moral lawgiver here, Zach? So basically, if you have a stable society, you have what may be described as some morals. The property is intrinsic, just like four corners is a property of a square. Good is usually used to describe behaviors that benefit society and evil those that are detrimental to it. Usually evil involves putting personal gain over that of the society. So where do morals originate from? Well, depending on the environment, there can be a selective pressure that favors the survival of animals that cooperate. In such cases, only the animals that cooperate will survive. Cooperation is observed in many species and in certain environments yields a significant advantage. So evolution provides an acceptable naturalistic explanation for morality. So do we have any control over our morality? Is our morality mostly in our DNA or in our brains? Well, both. There is something that might be described as the biological leash. Some things you have lots of choice over, others virtually none. For instance, you have practically no control over the facial expressions used to convey emotion. They are hardwired, a point that is evident from the fact that even blind children, who have never seen a smile, smile when they are happy. All humans, all over the world, irrespective of what language they use the same facial expressions to convey emotion. So let's take another example of something that's fairly well biologically hardwired. For instance, the desire to protect babies is sufficiently strong that we feel the desire to protect almost anything with big eyes and a relatively large head-to-body ratio. This is generally true of all maternal mammals. Killing is an ambiguous one for the nastiest monkey on the mountain. In killing for food, humans are more akin to piranhas and have little to no problem in killing other animals for food. For our hunter-gatherer forefathers, eking out an existence on the edge of survival, killing one of your own clan would be really bad in that all societies require strong social bonding, as your own survival may depend on the individuals around you. We have a strong instinct not to kill people we know. However, in modern civilization we are largely divorced from the style of society we are biologically tuned to live in. It is therefore found that with sufficient conditioning that people will kill others with relatively little concern. Yet in almost all societies, those who submit themselves to such conditioning, training to kill other humans, are seen as of high moral character. Is this good or evil? Does it benefit mankind or not? Is this moral or immoral? What would you do? These are simple questions that cannot be answered simply. Now there will be those who claim that morals are not relative and so on. These are people who have lived sheltered and pampered lives. Moral absolutes are a luxury that can only be afforded by a rich and prosperous society built on something like scientific naturalism. I mean, let's take the usual cause for conflict, resources. Let's put our two families with their absolute morals on an island with only enough food or medical supplies or whatever to sustain one of them. Yeah, absolute morality evaporates quick enough when such individuals are removed from the opulent luxury of a modern society. Indeed, you don't even need a hypothetical situation to highlight the relativism of morals. Take the very real example of total war. Would you carpet bomb cities containing thousands of children to attain victory? Would you nuke an enemy's cities to attain victory? Would you research a weapon in peacetime that could kill hundreds of thousands? This is not a new dilemma. The Romans, who were smart folk, had a saying for this. Inter arma enim silent leges. In times of war, the law goes silent. So, historically it is observed that the morality of mankind is fairly plastic, with people no different from you or I being okay with respect to slavery, children as collateral damage, and even genocide being morally acceptable. So now that you have some background into why we have the morals we do and how flexible they can be, you'll be probably asking the question, how can I work out if my actions are more or less moral than anyone else's? Well, for the individual interacting locally, the golden rule of treat others as you would be treated is a simplistic start, although obviously the strategy is completely inept on the macroscopic level, as it's simply a recipe for being conquered. Arguably a more thoughtful argument is to assess your actions, and if you think they will increase the standard of living and the happiness of society.
Greetings, my name is Casey Luskin and I'm here on behalf of Discovery Institute. Intelligent design theory is not the same as creationism. Intelligent design, which is different from creationism.
Intelligent design is different from creationism? Are you sure about that, Luskin? Are you sure you don't want to just label all scientists as Darwinists and claim that it's all part of a conspiracy against you?
Why then do some Darwinists keep trying to conflate intelligent design with creationism? In other words, the charge that intelligent design is creationism is a rhetorical strategy on the part of Darwinists who wish to delegitimize design theory without actually addressing the merits of its case.
Just a rhetorical strategy? Oh really, Luskin? Well, let's see what Dean Kenyon of the Discovery Institute, that's the same intelligent design agency you work for, described intelligent design and creationism in various drafts of his book, Of Pandas and People. In an early draft he states that creation means that various forms of life began abruptly through the agency of an intelligent creator with their distinctive features already intact. Fish with fins and scales, birds with feathers, beaks and wings, etc. In a later edition of the book he states that intelligent design means that various forms of life began abruptly through an intelligent agency with their distinctive features already intact. Fish with fins and scales, birds with feathers, beaks and wings, etc. Yeah, sure, Luskin, it's all just a rhetorical strategy by a conspiracy. This all came out in the Dover court case back in 2005, when a judge ruled on the crushing weight of the evidence that, in making this determination, we have addressed the seminal question of whether intelligent design is science. We have concluded that it is not, and moreover that intelligent design cannot uncouple itself from its creationist and thus religious antecedents. But wait, maybe I'm being unfair. Let's take a look at the interview with Luskin on Fox and Friends. Just watch as he nods in eager agreement as the host describes the conflict between creationism versus Darwinism as being white hot, all under the banner title of evolution versus creationism.
To evolution in textbooks, the fight over how to teach the subject, evolution, should have been over, but some textbooks are still getting it wrong, raising the question, should the board be stripped of its power to choose textbooks? Joining us right now from the Discovery Institute, an organization that has been heavily involved in the Texas case, is Casey Luskin. Good morning to you, Casey.
Thanks for having me.
Okay. Now, your problem, and the whole thing, creationism versus Darwinism, is white hot these days. Your main problem with science books is that they take a one-sided look at evolution, right?
That's exactly right. Unfortunately, the vast majority...
Ironically, back in 2007, Luskin published a paper in the Montana Law Review titled Intelligent Design Will Survive Kitzmiller vs. Dover. That's the court ruling I referred to earlier. The immediate irony being that neither Luskins nor the Discovery Institute seem to have the conviction of their own words.
Contrary to claims that you may have heard, we do not support the teaching of creationism, nor do we favor putting intelligent design, which is different from creationism, into the Texas science standards.
And in fact, our position at Discovery Institute is that intelligent design should not be required or mandated.
Although Discovery Institute does not advocate requiring the teaching of intelligent design in public schools, it does believe there is nothing unconstitutional about discussing the scientific theory of design in the classroom.
Incidentally, Luskin, it really doesn't matter what the Discovery Institute believes is constitutional or not. It has already been ruled that intelligent design is just a rebranding of creationism. Your beliefs on the matter are simply an irrelevance here. Luskin's papers are of course an utter bore to read unless you fancy the sport of exposing creationists in Discovery Institute clothing. The disguise in this case is comically superficial, and one is spoilt for choice. But one of the more obvious gems being the first line of the conclusions. The opinion of Kitzmiller is a misguided attempt on the part of a federal judge to settle a controversy over science and religion that properly belongs to practicing scientists and religious groups. Yeah, tell me again, Luskin, how intelligent design is a scientific theory and not just a rebranding of creationism. But it gets better. Luskin makes many Freudian slips like this.
Creationism is much different. It is focused on defending a literal reading of the Genesis account, usually including the creation of the earth by the biblical God a few thousand years ago.
Wow, Luskin, creationism can only be defined as a literal interpretation of the biblical book of Genesis. But it gets even better than that. On Luskin's Discovery Institute page he states that he is co-founder of the Intelligent Design and Evolution Awareness Center, a non-profit helping students to investigate evolution by starting idea clubs on college and high school campuses across the country. And when you look at their webpage, it states that Idea Center Leadership, and yet that includes Luskin, believes that the identity of the designer is the God of the Bible. Let me read that again. The Intelligent Design and Evolution Awareness Center's leadership, which includes Luskin, states that they believe that the designer is the God of the Bible. And yet Luskin will sit in front of a camera with a straight face and say,
unlike creationism, the scientific theory of intelligent design is agnostic regarding the source of design and has no commitment to defending Genesis, the Bible, or any other sacred text.
Casey Luskin and the Discovery Institute, welcome to your new home at Why Do People Laugh at Creationists? But let's take a look at your publication, shall we? First, the Journal of Church and State. Yeah, that's an interesting journal to put forward a case for intelligent design as science. Citation 0. That means that no one who read it deemed it important enough to mention. Hardly a hot article, is it, Luskin? But let's take a deeper look. First and second search terms, creationism and intelligent design. Rather peculiar search terms for someone who thinks that they are entirely different. The abstract reads, review several laws to assess the ability to present creation science, intelligent design theory, or scientific criticism of evolution in public school districts in the US which have various teaching viewpoints. Restrictions faced by the teaching of creation science. Background on the Lemon Test, a judicial vehicle used by US courts to determine the constitutionality of teaching creation science. Creation science. Nature of intelligent design theory. Oh, single author paper, Casey. No one else to blame on this one. The second paper is actually a legitimate peer-reviewed science paper using methods such as argon dating of rocks about 6 million years old. Congratulations, Casey, you've not been a complete waste of skin. But really, Casey, maybe you should spend some of your effort trying to explain to young Earth creationists about radiometric dating. You know, this sort of thing.
The dating methods that evolutionists rely upon to assign millions and billions of years to rocks are very inconsistent and based on unproven and questionable assumptions,
rather than sowing disinformation about evolution. Then lastly we come to the funniest of all of them, progress in complexity, information and design. Come on, tell us about it, Luskin.
There is also now a peer-reviewed journal that focuses on design theory, progress in complexity, information and design, which has an editorial advisory board of more than 50 scholars from relevant scientific disciplines, most of whom have university affiliations.
Now, know what you're thinking. That sounds suspiciously like a journal founded specifically by intelligent design creationists, simply so they could publish their pseudoscience. Well, yeah, sure, the webpage does look very amateurish, but let's not hold that against anyone. Editorial board headed by intelligent design proponentist and Discovery Institute fellow William Dembski. I wonder how many of the 8 editions of the journal Dembski is published in. 7. But it gets better than that. The last edition of the journal was in 2005. Yep, that's right. No sooner had it been ruled in 2005 that intelligent design was just a rebranding of creationism, and therefore couldn't be taught in US schools, the intelligent design movement abandoned its peer-reviewed journal. Presumably it's a waste of time. Indeed, the last I heard, Dembski was teaching intelligent design at a Southern Evangelical Seminary. The Southern Evangelical Seminary, world-renowned for their peerless academic prowess and their state-of-the-art research facilities. However, ID proponentists of the Discovery Institute, such as Luskin's here, are still intent on spreading disinformation on evolution. And while they do, Why Do People Laugh at Creationists will be only too happy to call them on it.
Behold, 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 the atheist's nightmare.
Now, your nickname is the Banana Man.
Yeah, evolution comes from the imaginations of men. It's very nebulous. It's as big or as small as the imaginations of men, and you can see it by the language they use, the language of speculation. We believe, perhaps, maybe, could have.
Well, you see, this is where you and I fundamentally differ, Ray. My understanding of reality is contingent on reality. whereas yours is not. Yep, given the right observations, I will correct my views to make them congruent with reality. And if that involves jettisoning the theories of Newton, Einstein and Darwin, then so be it. Now let's compare this to Ray. Ray's understanding of reality is not contingent on reality, because he already deems himself to have divine insight.
But I could have stopped you there because I know what was in the beginning. You don't know. I know what was in the beginning. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. You don't know, I do.
That's right. There is no evidence that could be presented to Ray to make him change his mind, because he knows. The irony is, of course, is that Ray, who is so proud of his absolute knowledge of the origin of the universe, has a less than impressive track record when it comes to the origin of, let's pick a subject at random. Let's say the origin of bananas.
Point at the top for ease of entry. It's just the right shape for the human mouth. It's chewy, easy to digest, and it's even curved toward the face to make the whole process so much easier. Seriously, Kurt, the whole of creation testifies to the genius of God's creative hand.
Yeah, Ray initially used his absolute knowledge to say that bananas speak to the glory of God's creation. Then Ray released a video saying that he was misquoted, and that he accepted that bananas were selectively bred by man.
Banana Man is a reference to an illustration presented by Comfort, in which he compared the complex design elements of a Coke can to the complex design elements of a banana, in order to demonstrate that thoughtful design by a designer is required for both example. However, atheists removed the Coke can from the video version and sent it across the internet, saying that Comfort believed that the banana was conclusive proof of God's existence, missing the point of the illustration completely. They also said that the banana had been modified over time by man to fit in the palm of the hand, and not by God. Comfort apologized for his mistake about the banana, saying, "My apologies for not explaining myself more clearly. I was not aware that the common banana had been so modified through hybridization."
And then in his latest interview he says that there is no evidence that bananas were genetically engineered.
Especially the guy that made that banana video and using a modern weird-shaped banana and saying it was genetically altered when there was absolutely no credibility to his claims at all. It's bogus. I know what was in the beginning. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. You don't know, I do.
There's a famous quote from a famous scientist that adequately sums you up here, Ray. Ignorance more frequently begets confidence than it does knowledge. Yep, that's right, Banana Man. Your bitch ass just got served by Darwin. I guess these are the differences that make me a scientist devoted to building a better understanding of reality, whereas Ray is verbatim repeating a script that he prepared some 3 years ago.
You can see it by the language they use, the language of speculation. We believe, perhaps, maybe, could have.
We believe, perhaps, maybe, could have.
And even back then, his ace in the hole was asking a bunch of, well, with all due respect, greasy high school students what their understanding of evolution was, and then crowing when they couldn't give a cogent explanation of something they didn't understand. Bravo, Ray, bravo. Truly showing the calibre of your creationist arguments there by quote-mining teenagers. I mean, I'm surprised you didn't ask these experts about long division as well. Then you could have disproved mathematics at the same time. Now, Ray recently staged a cheap publicity stunt where he put a creationist introduction into the seminal work of Charles Darwin, The Origin of the Species.
How many Origin of Species books did we get onto the university campuses last Wednesday?
170,000.
170,000, and how many campuses?
100 top campuses across the U.S. That was the main point of the whole thing. I don't want to turn people against evolution. I want them to doubt evolution enough to re-examine or examine the claims of the gospel.
What are you on, Ray? Evolution at its simplest is that in iterative self-replicating systems, more successful patterns, by definition, propagate better than less successful ones. But how on earth in your mind do you get from expecting people to question what is true by definition to examining the claims of some 2,000-year-old stories about goat herders and magic men in the Mediterranean? Stand back. Banana Man is about to try logic.
Richard Dawkins says I'm an ignorant fool, so if what I've written must have been ignorant foolishness. So Why was he telling them to rip it out? He should be saying, read the ignorant foolishness of Ray Comfort and see what an ignorant fool he is, and it will strengthen your faith in evolution.
No, Ray. Reading junk constitutes a waste of time. Yes, it's true that by reading your introduction you can come to the stunning conclusion that a man who thinks he knows with absolute certainty the origin of the universe, something that has eluded the minds of the smartest people on the planet, but doesn't know where bananas come from, is intellectually challenged. But damn, that bastardization of logic makes me cringe.
Read the ignorant foolishness of Ray Comfort and see what an ignorant fool he is, and it will strengthen your faith in evolution.
No, determining that Ray is a moron does not impact on the veracity of evolution any more than it impinges on the credibility of atomic theory. And Ray, faith is belief in something without evidence. Evolution stands on its ability to describe the facts. You know, the evidence that we have in reality.
Strengthen your faith in evolution, but he's afraid of the gospel that it contains.
That's an interesting conjecture, Ray. But where are my manners? Let me let Banana Man field the answer to that one.
Blog to hundreds of atheists each day who are waiting for anything that comes out of my mouth so they can rip it to shreds, but they hang around me like... Someone says, why do you call this atheist central? It's because atheists hang around me like bugs hang around a campfire. I can't get rid of them. I'm slapping them, say, go away. No, we're staying here. It's like a train wreck. We want to see what's going to happen next.
Yep, that's right, Ray. This is the reason why people hang around you. Because you're a clown. It's not because they fear anything you have to say. They hang around you for the lulz. Dawkins suggests that you rip the introduction out because Dawkins isn't in it for the lulz. He's an educator. And your introduction is comparable to putting an introduction in a book about leprosy, saying that it's nothing to do with bacteria, and that God describes how to cure leprosy in the Bible by killing a bird and then dipping another bird in the blood of the first and then letting it go, and then getting all surprised when healthcare professionals of one sort or another get kind of pissy at you.
So I want to thank that lady that put the Origin of Stupidity video on. That got well over 1 million views advertising the book.
By that lady, I assume you're referring to the fiery sex bomb goddess of "Oh my God, it's Chris." Yeah, I'd like to thank her too. Nice one, Chrissy.
I really appreciate it, because that was free publicity and they've done a great job.
So in essence, the atheists have catapulted Way of the Master, your ministry about evangelism, Jesus Christ, God, to the next level, haven't they?
Yeah, Ray. I love the desperate attempt to put a positive spin on it. But face it, it was free advertising for, as you put it, a train wreck. I guess another fundamental difference between us, Ray, is I would not be happy for free publicity as Banana Man or Mr. Moron performs another unintentionally funny intellectual train wreck. However, you have stepped up to the plate, and in this role, both of us seem to be happy. Regrettably, we lost PCS, but I'm perfectly happy for Banana Man to succeed him in all of his offices.
But in their effort to make him look foolish, atheists gave Ray Comfort an international platform for his message.
Behold, 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 the atheist's nightmare.
Yeah, that's almost right. Ray is famous for being an idiot. But even if this did somehow transfer us publicity for the Bible, anyone in product promotion or brand image would projectile vomit, Exorcist style, that the idea of having this sort of promotion, you know, it'd be kind of like having a lead paint manufacturer endorsing a line of toys for children. Ray is aware of his train wreck persona too, and you have to look no further than his attempts to rewrite history to realize this. Firstly, claiming that his banana argument was valid but misquoted.
However, atheists removed the Coke can from the video version.
And then, of course, acknowledging that bananas were selectively bred.
Comfort apologized for his mistake about the banana, saying, "I was not aware that the common banana had been so modified through hybridization."
But not wanting to disappoint his loyal fans, Trainwreck Tim then gives us this gem.
However, the truth remains that God gave man the knowledge and ability to modify it, so that it perfectly fit into his hand. He did the same with big dogs, so they can fit into his car.
Yeah, sure, Ray. 30,000 or so years ago, when man first started selectively breeding the domestic dog, he thought, you know, we should breed a small dog such that in 30,000 years' time, when we invent the car, our dogs will fit in them. Anyway, sometime later, Banana Man gives up trying to justify his bananas prove God argument is valid but misquoted, and happily performs the routine as legitimate humour.
The banana and the hand are perfectly made, one for the other. You'll find the maker of the banana, Almighty God, has made it with a non-slip surface. It has outward indicators of inward contents: green, too early, yellow...
Yeah, this is the champion of creationism, performing his argument for God as legitimate humour. Way to fill PCS's shoes, Ray. I mean, to make a Why Do People Laugh at Creationists video, you need someone of the calibre of PCS. But to make a Why Do Creationists Laugh at Creationists video, that requires a Banana Man.
Notice the pointed top for ease of entry, just the right shape for the human mouth. Chewy, palatable, good for you, and the maker has even curved it toward the face to make the whole process so much easier. That's if you get it the right way around.
Way to represent, Banana Man. Way to represent.
Now understand, evolution is not a science. It is a world view, just like Christianity is a world view. So how is somebody that looks at the world through the lens of evolution going to view life? How are they going to answer the basic questions of life?
Who am I?
Evolution tells us we're just an accident, the result of random chance.
The product of random chance, you say? Yeah, sure, the same way it's random chance that day follows night. Well, for certain, both I and you are unique. But what is it that makes you unique? Is it your property, your technology, your spouse, or your siblings, your children? Or is it something more intrinsic, like your DNA? Well, it turns out your genome will fit uncompressed on about 1 gigabyte. But that's not the part of the genome that's unique to you. Virtually all of this is identical to that of your neighbours. The bit of the genome that's unique to you is only about 10 megabytes. That means that your typical iPod with maybe 30 gigabytes of memory can store the genetic uniqueness of about 3,000 people on something that will fit in the palm of your hand. Now let's follow that thought for a moment and say that the potency of a system is related in a loose way to the information within that system. Well, to be honest, the genome is basically only the instructions, if you like, for the make human process. And part of that make human process includes the brain. Now it's kind of fuzzy to work out how much memory the brain has, but it's typically estimated on the order of terabytes. Now the design of an informational storage device that can hold more information than that design itself is not exactly an earth-shattering concept. For instance, the blueprints and design specs for the make hard drive function are probably only on the order of a few gigabytes or so. And that's massively smaller than the storage that these devices have. So is it your brain that makes you special? Well, it's certainly a big part of it. But as individuals, humans are unimpressive creatures. They really only come into their own when they start to work in groups. For instance, one man versus a tiger is one well-fed tiger, 100% probability. 10 coordinated people versus one tiger is one nice tiger skin rug, 100% probability. This change in group behavior is doubtless due to tiny changes in the genome that promotes communal behavior, but this has a very large effect on the survivability of the individuals. For instance, 10 specialists, you know, the farmer, the farrier, the blacksmith, that sort of thing, will carry significantly more knowledge than 10 individuals who do not work as a coordinated group. That is, they have better informational potential as 10 people all trying to remember specialized information than 10 people all trying to learn 10 times as much as will fit into their soft, squidgy human brains. You know, it's that you do better with 10 specialists than you do with 10 jack-of-all-trade, master-of-none types. But there's more to it than working in teams. People die, and when they do, their knowledge is lost, bar what's taught to the next generation. However, when one of those individuals invents stored media, you know, writing, disk drives, the internet, that sort of thing, everything changes. Knowledge from that point on is essentially accumulative and exponential in nature. Knowledge enables large groups to coordinate and work together, and it enables machines that can do the work of thousands of men. It enables healthcare, clean water, understanding disease, and so on. So you see, from these minuscule tweaks in the DNA, massive effects can ensue. Those relatively modest changes that promote group formation can greatly increase the potency of a community. After this, genetic selection plays a diminished role, as the selection criteria that determines who dies and who doesn't is essentially down to the stored knowledge of societies. Communities that can treat smallpox will survive better than those that cannot. Communities that can treat water survive better than those that cannot. Societies with World War II era weaponry simply cannot challenge modern military equipment on the battlefield. But it's the pace that this knowledge can be gathered at that's the real knee-weakening factor. I mean, merely over the last few decades, I've seen vast changes in our civilization. When I was young, there was no such thing as a personal computer. And now, just over one generation further on, it's difficult to find any aspect of our lives that does not benefit from this technology. Our genetics are now essentially in a state of stasis, when one considers the growth of the knowledge of mankind. Looked at in such terms, the potency of mankind is a product of several factors, which contain elements that could be described both as genetic and group survival terms. However, one thing is overwhelmingly clear, and that's for mankind, knowledge is the principal factor. Knowledge is the enabler of both societies and the species. Knowledge is now the prime factor in deciding the survivability of individuals. Knowledge is the future, and intentionally intellectually corrosive muppets like this.
I believe the Bible is the infallible, inspired, inerrant word of the living God. I believe it from cover to cover. Amen. And I believe the evolution theory that's being taught in our schools is one of the dumbest and most dangerous religions in the history of humanity.
Just cannot be ignored. Presented with such arguments, it's baffling that so many politicians do not have education. That's the propagation of knowledge. And research, that's the acquisition of new knowledge. And countering the disinformation sown by pseudoscientists as the top items on their agenda. Now let's compare this previously presented perspective to that of a creationist.
Who am I?
Evolution tells us we're just an accident, the result of random chance. But the Bible says we are fearfully and wonderfully made in the image of our Creator.
Well, fundamentally, no. We are a hierarchical, social species. Something an individual God can never be. It's tautological that a single individual cannot form a hierarchical social structure.
Why am I here?
Evolution leaves us without an answer. There is no purpose to life.
Well, again, no. You have a purpose and a vested interest in the benefit of the society that raised your living standards and life expectancy beyond any ramblings from any Bronze Age myth book. I mean, really, as a direct challenge, present anything in the Bible or similar that conveys what we are and how our species functions better than I have shown in this video. But again, it shows this harsh contrast. I could concisely and comprehensively convey complex concepts, clear of the confusion of convolutional clouding. But the Bible bombastically and bitterly bombs, as belied by its bleakly bad bungling.
Where am I going when I die?
Well, if evolution is true, don't worry about it. You got nothing to lose. But if creation is true, you have everything to lose by not considering this fundamental question of life.
Well, this seems a pretty shallow and manipulative play on the sense of self-preservation that we must necessarily have. Well, leastwise, those who don't have one are unlikely to have lived long enough to watch this video. However, everyone watching this video does have a brain. And now that brain has been introduced to an overview of mankind and your position in it. Immortality is an elusive concept for volatile genes, organisms, organs and ideas. Self-preservation is merely the introspective fear of the termination of an organ. But for those who perceive the part of an individual in the grand scheme of things, they gain an enhanced potential to shape the thoughts and behaviours of things long after their brain ceases to function. In this sense, for the lesser as for the greater, the footprints of the individual in the sands of time will echo into the future. But ultimately, for reasons that should be explicitly clear in this video, Bronze Age religion is an inhibiting influence on the progression of mankind. Thankfully, in the open and free global forum of ideas, this intellectually erosive concept is progressively more unviable, and I believe we serve the coming man, society and ourselves in challenging it by decree of open contest.
So bring it on. If you think you've got what it takes to stand up against me with science, go for it.
Okie dokie, Nephilim-free. I think I can give that a go. Especially seeing as you now seem to the backing of Conservapedia, described in the words of its founder as...
We're over 20,000 entries now. Most remarkably, we're over 41 million page views. So people are flocking to it to get information that they realize they cannot get from Wikipedia.
Millions of views. Impressive, but let's take a look at the information that you just cannot get on Wikipedia. Let's take, for instance, this. Our creationist scientist, Nephilim-free, promoted more than once on the front page of Conservapedia and praised by Conservapedians, and a genuine geocentrist.
Or, rather, I'm a geocentrist. I believe the universe is spinning around the Earth. That's completely crazy, I know, but it's true.
Neff, mankind settled this one some 350 years ago with the observations of Galileo. You know, the guy who the church threatened to kill for challenging the biblical dogma that the earth was at the center of everything. The biblical dogma that dominated for 3/4 of the history of Christianity. He first observed the 4 big moons of Jupiter, instantly dispelling the geocentrist concept. You know, if things are going around Jupiter, then obviously they're not going around the Earth. Indeed, today, even with a cheap pair of binoculars, you can replicate his observations. The angular size of the Jovian moon system, as seen from the Earth, is comparable to the size of the full moon, and the moons themselves are only just beyond the limits of the naked eye. And today, with a few $1,000 worth of kit, you can do a time-lapse over the period of a night, where you can watch in real time the movement of those moons and the rotation of the planet, watching the dance of the Jovian system from the rotating surface of the terrestrial system. But there's more. We had the Galileo space probe orbiting Jupiter for just over a decade, and that dropped a probe into Jupiter, and in the process it made, for a short while, at some 47 kilometers per second, the second fastest moving object ever created by man. And on top of that, we've gotten up close and personal with those moons that Galileo first observed: Io, Europa, Ganymede, and Callisto. Io is the most volcanic body in the solar system, with some 400 active volcanoes, powered by tidal heating caused by the immense gravity of Jupiter and the orbital resonance with the other Jovian moons. Europa, with its ice flows, again devoid of craters, a sure sign of a resurfacing event. Indeed, it's almost certain that Europa has liquid oceans under its surface, again created by the tidal heating by the same mechanism that heats Io. Ganymede and Callisto are significantly further out and have much more ancient cratered surfaces, and the density of these moons roughly follows their order from the planet, with the further out you get from Jupiter, the higher the moon's fractional composition of water, with Callisto being about 50% water by mass. It's a frequently pimped idea by creationists that we have the same observations, say for instance the craters on the moon, but just different explanations for those observations.
Creationists and evolutionists are trying to explain the same facts in the context of history.
And folks like Conservapedia also consider it fair and balanced to give both sides of the case.
On Conservapedia, you're going to get the other side of that. You're going to get evidence against evolution.
So what is the creationist explanation for the craters on the moon? at least from the creationist promoted by Conservapedia.
Recently I made a video. Put up or shut up. Come on. Show your 109,000 subscribers why you're correct and I'm incorrect. I explained in a video earlier how the earth had water inside it once, and God split the earth open at the mid-oceanic ridges, and this, because of the extreme pressure of the crust of the earth bearing down upon this water, when the earth split open, the water ejected at supersonic velocity, enough velocity that it would escape the earth, as a matter of fact, and now that's why we have comets, and that's why there is ice meteors that have pelted the moon.
Yeah, that's right, Neffy, and I previously showed you how this was impossible without violating conservation of energy. But why would a creation scientist let something as fleeting and facile as one of the foundational concepts of physics, you know, the physics that can collide hydrogen nuclei, something about a billionth of the size of a speck of dust, at about 1 part in a million below the speed of light? Yeah, why would a creation scientist let that get in the way of his pointless speculations based on some Bronze Age ramblings from some desert nomad goat herders, which state things like you can cure leprosy by killing birds?
But the inside of the column of water wouldn't have been affected this way, and it would have passed through itself like a pipe at supersonic speeds, like a superliquid, and shot straight through the atmosphere of the earth into outer space, where it froze into rocks made of ice, dirty rocks made of ice, and carrying elements of the earth inside the earth with it, like iridium. And that is why there is such thing as a K2 boundary today, which evolutionists claim was caused by a meteoric impact.
Stop. Did I get you right that not only did the earth ejaculate all of this water and cause the...
You know, it occurs to me that in Thunderfoot's video, called The Problem of Religion, he shows that Newton created a scientific model, which is called Newtonian physics. Well, Newton was a more prolific author of Christian documents than he ever was of science, and I'm sure you wouldn't accuse him of being unintelligent or a lazy thinker.
Yeah, I agree 100%. But let's for the moment assume that Newton did comparable amounts of work on Christianity and science. Now let's establish the value of those contributions in different fields from a smart man in order to get a feel for which of these forms of work has a greater value to mankind. Well, muse momentarily merely on Master Newton's materialistic model of the motion of matter, manufactured by the scientific method and meticulously and massively tested by measurement, a model that markedly never mentions God or gods once, nor does it mutter of the mysterious, miraculous, or magical. It is monumentally made merely of the mundanely materialistic, and therein materializes its momentous muscle. This theory, that is, this accurate descriptive model of reality, is taught in almost every school on earth. It is a model that revolutionized civilization. Every plane that soars through the sky, every piston stroke of a car engine, every hard drive that spins, such are the abilities that this model enable. Now let's compare that to a comparable amount of work that the self-same man did on Christianity, you know, as a sort of internal standard. Well, is it taught anywhere? I mean, really, does anyone even know or care what the man thought religiously? Look, his secular ideas revolutionized civilization. How much of a revolutionary effect did his religious or other superstitious ideas have on civilization? Yep, PCS. That's the ballpark value to civilization. It's often interesting to hear how religious folk think they can establish their religion to be true.
In our we learned about science and the Quran. By the end of the day, we all came to one conclusion, that the Quran is evidence of science. So, what science has proved to be just recently is already proved in the Quran 1400 years ago when it was written.
But that doesn't include evolution, apparently.
No, it doesn't.
So what does it include?
It includes stuff like the shape of the earth, about the mountains, how they secure the earth.
And how in the sea the two waters, they don't mix, the salty water and the drinking water, so it's pure for us to drink. They don't mix, but they pass through each other.
But the trait of making demonstrable incorrect statements with such brazen surety to validate the veracity of one's religion is not limited to Islam. Meet the most popular Christian and creationist on YouTube.
Indeed, by subscriber count, he's even more popular than the Vatican. And you'll never guess what, he's got a method of validating the Bible.
I'm arguing that the Bible contains scientific insights that have been known for 3,000 years, revealed in the pages of Scripture that man did not discover until modern times, thereby lending credibility to the author's claims to divine inspiration.
Hold on to something solid, for you're about to hear YouTube's top creationist put forward his line one item for the validity of the Bible. Brace yourself.
3,000 years ago, the Bible described the paths of the seas in Psalm chapter 8.
Psalm 8. Here we go. Psalm 8:8. The fowl of the air and the fish of the sea and whatsoever passeth through the paths of the sea. What? That's it. That's your best shot at proving the Bible's validity. I mean, how could anyone not see such outstanding scientific foreknowledge in this biblical poem? How could they possibly have known about the fowl of the air, or the